Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the National Environmental Skills Summit. It's Judith Rosenberg at Rhodes University greeting you, and it's fantastic to see 56 people in the room already, and I'm sure more will be around. I do not have much to say other than to introduce our program director for the day. I'm so pleased to welcome to the platform Kamal Mbizu. Kamal is at SANBI, and she heads up biodiversity research, policy, and knowledge management. And that is such an important portfolio because today we are talking about policy for skills development, and we are hoping to make a lot of progress in that regard. It's a bumper day. I won't go through the program now. You would have seen snippets of it already. So let me welcome Kamal, and thank you very much, Kamal, for joining us today. Over to you.
Good morning, everybody, and a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Please forgive me if I'm shouting, but I'm in our Kirstenbosch garden office and the wind is howling. It's quite something. So forgive me if I'm shouting a bit, but I'm really honored to be here today. You know, as I looked at all the photographs coming up, I was reminded about how we started with the development of the Biodiversity Human Capital Development Strategy. And what is so heartwarming is to see that so many of those champions who were there during the development of the strategy are still with us today and still as committed as ever and playing their role as champions. I also feel really honored to be the one to give you this overview of the strategy and then what has come out of our reflections and our review 10 years later. And the wonderful thing today is that we're looking forward. And although I've spoken about all the old champions and those committed and passionate individuals, those lead institutions, what is really exciting today is to also see all our young leaders who are coming forward and taking the baton and really taking us to new heights. So I'm truly honored to be with you, and I want to welcome you really warmly today. So what I'm going to do, if we could please put up the presentation, is just to remind you all about what was the process that we followed when we put together the strategy, just at a very high level. And I'm also going to talk about, you know, what were the main aims and objectives, you know, that we hope to have achieved. We had this collective vision together, and you know, jointly we came up with the strategy. So if you could please put up the presentation.
Thanks, Carmel. We're loading the slides now.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. But while we loading the slides, I'd like to just take the opportunity to to also express gratitude to a number of key people who really have made a huge contribution to both the development of the strategy, the review of the strategy, and also where we are today. And without the financial support of the Lewis Foundation, which has been there for us right from the very beginning, and up until today, they have supported us to have conducted the review, the midterm review, and they've supported the process in terms of us moving forward. So our deep gratitude to Lewis Foundation for your consistent, loyal, and committed support for biodiversity human capital development. I also want to express gratitude to the Rhodes Consortium. Eureka has been a champion right from the very beginning. She has really played a huge role in our biodiversity human capital development process. And she has led the Rhodes Consortium that conducted the midterm review. And then we have syndicate leaders who have come forward and really have helped us to shape the way forward. Also with the syndicate leaders of the membership of the syndicates, and we're going to hear from them later this morning on the roadmap taking us towards 2030. So they will present to us the implementation plan going forward. And then I also, just from Sandy's side, really have to mention the role that Vivian Malema has played. Vivian, you've been the glue that has kept everything together over the years, and you played such an important coordinating role in ensuring that we did this midterm review. So also, I just want to express my gratitude to Vivian. Colleagues, I'm now going to take you through an overview of the strategy, and then I'll talk to the review, what have been the main findings and recommendations, and just give you an update on where we are to date. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So the key aim for the strategy, which covered 2010 to 2030, so we were looking at that stage at a 20-year vision, was to drive a systemic approach to developing skills for biodiversity and transformation in pursuit of a socially equitable and suitably skilled workforce of biodiversity leaders, professionals, and technicians to optimally implement the sector's expanding and increasingly complex mandate. And we've seen how that mandate has become so much more both complex and also quite challenging and diverse. And with the impacts of climate change, with the impact of COVID, we've also seen how we've had to lead and manage in an unpredictable and changing landscape. And we're needing to rely on new skills and much more cross-sectorial, transdisciplinary, a much more integrated approach to deal with the challenges that we're now facing. The objectives, the main objectives, was to increase the number of talented Black South Africans attracted to working in the sector. So a big emphasis on that attraction and retention, to improve the quality levels and relevance of skills for the sector, to improve the retention and effective deployment of suitable individuals in the sector, and to create an enabling macro conditions for skills planning, development, and evaluation. So within these objectives, of course, are a number of issues and activities that needed to be implemented and outcomes to be achieved to achieve these objectives. So the process of putting together the biodiversity human capital development strategy was a very consultative and participatory process. It was in response to the strategic objective 2 of the National Biodiversity Framework of 2007, which called for a national strategy to address transformation and scarce skills. And when we look at our new National Biodiversity Framework, we see once again that human capital development for the biodiversity sector is a very important objective. And as I said, the national consultative process really tried to bring in all the stakeholders from the different government departments, from the different tiers of government, NGOs, universities. We tried at that point, and we weren't that successful in trying to bring in also the private sector. But that was something that we were very aware of, that we needed to be doing as we went into the implementation of the strategy. We could go to the next slide, please. So 10 years later, we realized that it was really time to look back and reflect on what progress had we made in the last 10 years. And we got together a number of key institutions that were involved in the strategy, with the generous support once again of Lewis Foundation. And we came up with terms of reference. We formed a steering committee made up of the different key institutions, and a call went out for proposals. And the Environmental Learning Research Center from Rhodes University was appointed. They followed a strategy evaluation methodology. A really comprehensive approach was taken, which included stakeholder interviews, employer surveys, analysis of skills and financial data, a number of rich case studies, and stakeholder analysis. So we now have a wonderful review report that provides us with the key findings and recommendations that came out of that evaluation. And really the whole idea around the review was to make sure that we use the findings, the recommendations, the lessons learned to inform how we move forward with the strategy. So a whole renewal and expanding the commitment, bringing in new players, bringing in new thinking, taking cognizance of what's happened since 10 years ago, and really building that into our implementation plan for the next 10 years. Thanks. Next slide, please. So I'm not really going to do justice to the key findings and recommendations, but I just want to highlight, what were the key findings. And a number of areas came out where we've been strong as a sector in terms of implementing the strategy, and then a number of weaknesses and gaps. And just to share with you, in terms of the strengths, so it was recognized that there's been significant outcomes, that a lot of activities and projects and initiatives have been implemented. There's been a number of successful and very key initiatives to the achievement of the objectives. And these include Grunsebenza, our Green Matter fellowships and other fellowships, our Fundisa for Change, our school and university career programs by different organizations. These have all led to an increase in the number of Black biodiversity graduates. We've seen skills development of a number of young professionals. And we've also noted a strength in terms of the mentoring capacity, which at the time of the development of the strategy, mentoring capacity was actually quite weak. And there were a number of initiatives, guidelines were developed to really strengthen mentoring in organizations, and that has improved. And then a number of areas where we've had weaknesses, we've had gaps, and that is around our scarce skills and transformation. We still have challenges there. Our funding has really been inconsistent. It's been inadequate. With the fiscal constraints, the budget cuts that many government and non-governmental organizations are facing, this has become increasingly difficult. We are seeing training budgets being cut, with the current constraints. So a key challenge still is the inconsistent and inadequate funding. Our mechanism to improve organizational strengthening couldn't be sustained, resulting in inadequate tracking of upskilling. We're going to hear more about our lessons learned and how we want to try and take these challenges forward when we have the session around the syndicates. Also, a weak area was curriculum innovation and participation of Black universities in conceptualizing our biodiversity human capital development initiatives was limited. Also, our National Skills Summit, which was a very, very important platform for us, that was curtailed. And then the necessary advocacy and the lobbying to ensure mainstreaming and political support was also inadequate. So our ability to really make the case both for biodiversity and also for human capital development of the sector really needed much more effort, initiatives, and drive in terms of that advocacy and lobbying. And then the skills gap still exists. That is still an issue. And then the mechanisms to broaden participation really beyond those lead institutions and key players was weak. A key lesson learned also was around our monitoring and evaluation and our coordination and reporting. So even a constraint in conducting the review was really not having the information, the data to be able to assess those impacts and to assess, where we've progressed and where we've had gaps. It was made very difficult because we haven't had that strong monitoring, evaluation, coordination, and reports that capture exactly where we've done well and where we need to strengthen going forward. Next slide, please. So colleagues, those are some of the key findings. The report really very nicely unpacks those findings and goes into a lot more detail. So there's a lot of richness that I haven't been able to capture in just highlighting what were those key findings. But moving on to the recommendations. So really the need for us to sort out our institutional arrangements that will improve participation and coordination going forward. And we look into our syndicates, our 6 syndicates, but we need to also look more broadly around our coordination hubs, our networking, our lobbying, our sharing of information, all that needs to be improved going forward. And of course, the need to mobilize more substantial and sustainable funding. And in order to do that, we know that we need political support. That is really key for us going forward. And then to improve the articulation and synergy across implementation initiatives through dedicated monitoring and evaluation, the important role of research and communication and convening platforms. We need to strengthen the role of the National Environmental Skills Planning Forum and/or establish a more suitable platform. We need to improve coordination capacity by not relying on just one coordinating arrangement, but to have multiple coordination hubs that between them can mobilize the strength of civil society, government agencies, universities, private sector. And then the need, of course, to initiate and fund advocacy processes, to mobilize partners and role players, both within and outside the sector. So a key finding and recommendation was that we really need to be going beyond our sector and, showing that biodiversity is key and human capital development, not just for the biodiversity sector, but it plays an important role in terms of development. And then conducting regular evaluations and tracer studies for strategic and communication purposes, working on the skills intelligence system, and to use the review to update our strategy, to have a post-2020 strategy that aligns to planning and review processes, and to have that clear implementation plan, with clear targets, roles and responsibilities, and the funding to help us achieve those targets. Next slide, please. So I've spoken to what was the key aims and objectives of the strategy and what came out of the review and those key recommendations going forward. And now I just want to give you a snapshot on where we are now and what we need to be doing going forward. So the March Mini Skills Summit tabled and discussed the draft review report. And out of that, we've got 6 syndicates that are aligned to the Biodiversity Human Capital Development Strategy strategic objectives. So these syndicates have been formed, and as we speak, we've got attendants who are signing up to be part of those syndicates. And we really want to encourage you all, if you are not part of any of the syndicates, to please come forward and participate. Through the leadership of the syndicate leaders and the membership, we're really hoping that both today and going forward, we'll have more members being recruited. And the syndicates have met since the March Mini Skills Summit and have developed proposals for an implementation plan up to 2030, which is really speaking to those review findings and recommendations. So we are going to have proposals from the syndicates and discussions. Once we've heard from our SAMBI CEO, Mr. Shoni Munzedzi, who's going to give us his position statement on the strategy going forward. So this morning's session will focus on those 6 syndicates. And participants are invited to provide their inputs into these proposals through a session that will take place from 11:30, and it'll go up until lunchtime. And there's also time after lunch to, have further discussions if that is needed. So just once again to invite participants to please think about joining these syndicates so that you can participate in the implementation plan going forward. So I'd like to thank you all once again. It's really been an honor for me to give you this overview. And I'd like to hand over to Vivian Malema, who's going to be taking over as Program Director. Thank you. Over to you, Vivian.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much, Kamal, for welcoming all the delegates so warmly to today's session, day 2, and for summarizing the process that led to the review and also the sharing with us the findings and the recommendations of the report. So yeah, I would like now to hand over to Shoni, as Kamal has indicated. Shoni is going to be doing the positioning statement. Shoni is our current CEO in SANBI. He has more than 23 years experience serving in different government departments, from local government up to national. Shoni has worked a lot in conservation, open space management, biodiversity, climate change, and all of those areas. He's really not a stranger to us. Remember that he addressed us in March, but he's a colleague that we also work with. So Shoni, you are most welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thanks very much, Kamal, and the organizers. I had the reference to Rhodes Consortium, and I saw also in the chat box the introductions from colleagues in other departments, provincial, national, academic institutions, NGOs, and sometimes when we can't cover all of them, we just say all protocol observed. I want to appreciate this opportunity given to share some thoughts on this very, very important occasion indeed. I hope the presentation will be, it's being loaded. If that be the case, I would really appreciate. I saw the pictures when they were flighted earlier on, just before the start of the session. I also saw myself, so I felt so proud to have been part of the launch of this strategy, the Biodiversity Human Capital Development Strategy, when I was 10 years younger than now. I think it was in 2010 at the time. Thank you very much indeed. Is the presentation on the screen? If it is, I just want to start by indicating that the session and the summit itself is very timely in the sense that it's happening at the time when the international community is working very hard in redefining what should be the 2050, 2030 global biodiversity framework, which is being negotiated now in the context of the Convention on Biological Diversity. We've been participating in the process ever since, and we are picking up a number of issues that are relevant to the discussions that we have now. One key issue that has been consistent in all the international reports on the state of biodiversity, biodiversity loss, climate change also in that area, and also reflections on SDGs, is that most of the failures that have been observed were as a result of issues related to the means of implementation. In the case of CBD, and also in the case of climate change, they would always talk about capacity building, finance, of course, but in reference to capacity building, which is, I think, the topic of the day here, goes along with finance and technology and many other issues. We find that if we don't put a lot of effort in capacity development, in skills development, there are challenges, as much as plans can be, noble as they may be, targeted as they may be, with very clear deliverables articulated. All those things would have to be dealt with for those plans to be turned into meaningful impact on the ground. I was checking also, I participated in the report, the EBESS report, the Intergovernmental Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, in their report on the state of biodiversity global assessment, if we may just call it in that manner. One of the indirect drivers, apart from the direct drivers that we all talk about a lot, one of the indirect drivers of biodiversity loss was cited as institutional and related issues and matters of governance. So biodiversity human capital development, of course, even in the review report that we've seen here, institutional aspects, institutional arrangements, coordination, and how governance is taken into consideration in the delivery of the strategy itself becomes very, very important. Such issues are also pronounced in other frameworks. I think Kamel did speak about the National Biodiversity Framework, which Cabinet endorsed the new version or the updated framework for 5 years, which is also relevant now. This issue of human capital development is pronounced very strongly. So I just want to underscore the fact that this is very, very, very timely. And beyond biodiversity, of course, the relationship between climate change, biodiversity, and SDGs, those issues are being interrogated at the moment in different platforms. The COP26 that's coming now has reference to a number of issues that relate to that and the synergies that are required. Of course, the road to Kunming, which is the COP15 that's coming, which was supposed to have been last year, was supposed to have been this year, and will be next year early in China. It's also looking at these issues. So the findings from this process are quite critical. And also as South Africa participating being part of the Africa region in our inputs, this issue of capacity development, skills development, human capital development for biodiversity will continue to amplify. If you go to the next slide, I've been requested to the next one. Yes, I've been requested to share some thoughts on what would regard as, I think Kamel introduced it as a positioning statement. You know, our views on what we see and what we envisage to be. When we look back in 2030 on what this strategy may have achieved, I think we have to be proud that it's a strategy that has reshaped how the governance in the space of biodiversity has been dealt with. I think Kamel earlier on reflected on a number of issues from the review. The review did indicate that there are areas that need to be addressed, including institutional arrangements and issues of coordination, the issue of financing, biodiversity, funding related aspects. I noted also that the review itself indicated that we need to have what we call programmatic approaches, initiatives that are going to make and effect changes on the ground. The issue of coordination, integrated approaches, and working with others, partnerships. What came out very critical is also that at some point, as we move along, we need to keep taking stock. Stock taking is very, very important. Monitor whether we are making an impact. So this post-2020 strategy, as much as we received the review on the implementation plan, there was a question that was raised as to whether there's a need for some kind of an adjustment on the strategy to make sure that all these findings and the recommendations and even the outcomes from the syndicates that are going to be shared this morning and afternoon, I suppose, have they been adequately covered, and there are levers that are going to, in the strategy, to make sure that they are implemented adequately. That's the question that I think we just also have to look at, as to if it calls for certain adjustments that need to be made without losing the essence of what the strategy is meant to do. The tenets that were reflected on in the beginning, even in 2010, are still valid and relevant, as articulated in the objectives of the strategy itself. So we need to look at those aspects. When it comes to the alignment to national planning and review, government processes and any country on a 5-year, 3-year, 5-year basis would always pronounce on what the priorities are, given the internal and external environmental factors that are taken into consideration. It also applies here in South Africa. So we have to make sure that we remain relevant at all times. So issues that are pronounced as priorities, expressed in planning frameworks, expressed in short-term, medium-term, long-term articulations that come in many forms in government that shape where the country and the direction that the country is taking. We need to make sure that we are aligned to those, and our strategies and our initiatives should be able to respond. Of course, that will be underpinned and underscored by the capacity development and the skills that we will be looking at. I've been participating in a number of initiatives in the country, and I've realized that there are a number of skills that are, different from traditional skills that we knew in the context of biodiversity that are needed and need to be pronounced more properly, and also be aligned to what I regard as issues of priority in the country. Hence my reference to relevance that needs to be there. A broader stakeholder participation, of course, that issue of governance, institutional coordination, consultation across all levels, whether it's provinces, playing a critical role, and the central role as well, because they are at the center and at the forefront of delivery through their agencies, local government in particular. There are a number of things that would need to pronounce themselves, even in the spatial development frameworks, the IDPs of local government, the district delivery model that is being spoken about. How do we position ourselves and the skills that are required for biodiversity to play a part in that regard. And that's the mechanism that government is pushing to make sure that this delivery on the ground. Institutional arrangements, of course, we had spoken about that, and the diversity of teams that are represented here become very, very important, and working together in that regard. Advocacy in that regard, and the leadership that needs to be provided. There's a role that has to be articulated for, of course, DFFE and also DSI and other national departments in providing sector leadership in this case. There may be others as well that I haven't mentioned, but it's very, very critical that we are clear on who does what and what is expected from who at what time and what impact are we envisaging, articulated in indicators, articulated in whatever form of tools that we use from a planning and delivery purposes. Of course, the issue of funding and resources becomes very important, and that was, I think, reflected earlier on as we thanked our partners who have been supporting the development of this strategy and supporting the work that the syndicates and other people who have been playing a role in the implementation of this strategy are doing. But there's still more that's required, whether we need to articulate how international funding can be sourced. There's an initiative in government that is looking at funding for biodiversity and conservation sector. How is human capital development in that strategy reflected and prioritized? I think it's very, very important for us to look at. Let's move on to the issues of goals. Of course, this one reflects what we should do. Some few thoughts in that space. Of course, this issue of transformation, even in the previous discussion we looked at, and it forms part of the objectives of the strategy itself, as articulated earlier on. It was reflected by Kamal. I want to indicate here that this issue must be looked at in its totality. It's not only about representation of a number of people at different levels, but there are aspects of capacity, the issue of retention, the issue of mobility, of course, the issue of diversity. It goes on also to look at geographical spread of certain aspects, the adjustments of processes and systems to be able to support a transformation agenda. I've noted that part of what has been achieved, which can be amplified further, I think Kamel spoke to that the mentoring capacity has improved. More can be done in that regard, targeting young people, women, Black people in the sector. The second issue there is reflected, the scarce skills. I did reflect here. When Sanbi worked with partners, of course, is the work that is led currently by NESS on national, natural capital accounting, realize that there's so much that is required there to make sure that the accounts and the data that's required, foundational data that's on occasional basis or will be more regular, of course, through NESS or by NESS. There are certain skills that are required, and the landscape providers of those skills development services, either universities, colleges, and others who are involved in skills development and in a formal sense would need to also respond to that. Accounting skills from a natural capital accounting perspective, economic skills, and many others. In the space of planning, it's a range of issues there, including remote sensing and many others that we may not articulate now, but we just need to be very, very clear on what is required. Organizations are changing, the demands out there are changing. We need to be, if we are to mainstream and if we are to make sense, if we are to take leadership, if we are to influence change, we have to have all these diverse skills at our disposal, be able to inform the change that we want. The curriculum, of course, this will talk to curriculum innovation and diversification in the training platforms, not only in the training platforms, but even the training providers themselves. So the diversity is not only in training, it's also in the providers of that training. When it comes to coordination and communication, very, very important. We need to take stock on a regular basis and hold each other accountable. Of course, the implementation plan will be very clear on what is expected from which sector, what is expected from which partner, and collectively we'll then have to do stock taking, as I indicated, and make sure that on a regular basis we're achieving and we're moving in the direction that we want to move. When it comes to exploring mass job creation possibilities, I mean, the stats that have been released are very concerning, that the rate of unemployment amongst young people is very, very high. That's not sustainable for any country. So how is this sector going to play its part in creating possibilities for mass absorption of young people in employment spaces, beneficial to biodiversity and conservation, of course, with biodiversity outcomes, socio-economic outcomes realized at the same time? We have to look at that. And of course, in the past, there was a program, Kumsebenza. There are others that we would have to look at. We're looking at not short-term related jobs that need to be created, but sustainable, that will take young people into a path that is meaningful in whatever respect. So the issue of scaling up and attraction and foundational knowledge, of course, that becomes very critical. It relates to those skills that we're referring to. And how do we all play our part collectively? I spent some time not long ago with our DSI colleagues talking about bioproducts development. That's another stream that requires different types of skills. I saw some colleagues in the chat here from the small business development, DSI, and others, innovation. So that's another stream that we can look at. There are many others that we have to look at. So the human capital development strategy should be relevant enough to be able to explore and make sure that the supply of skills to those areas is maintained, is sustained, is retained, and keeps on growing. That is part of what we need to look at. Let's go to the next slide, which is the last one. In reflecting on SANBI's role, we are as committed as we've been. Kamel had indicated earlier on. We'll continue to play our part in the coordination of the implementation of the strategy. Of course, the implementation itself will place roles and responsibilities and obligations to a number of all of us, and number of players and partners that are participating in the process, and others that we're still going to invite. But in that case, the leading, the coordination, in the governance aspect, in the previous discussion that we had, I raised the point that it's very, very important that we also find a very explicit pronouncement of the central government as the national government in different departments, DFFE providing leadership and others, DSI and others, and also the provincial conservation agencies, biodiversity related organizations in that regard from a government perspective, playing a particular role, and having this also pronounced in the plans proper, not as an additional a program, but part of the core program of government, making sure that human capital development is realized in line with the strategy that we are talking about. Of course, we take the work that the syndicates are doing very, very critical and important. And I'm hopeful that the outcomes of the discussions of the reports that the syndicates will be presenting this afternoon or this morning and afternoon will also inform how the strengthening of the strategy should be, and also inform the implementation plan in realizing what the human capital development was set out to achieve from the beginning. And we're looking forward to 2030 that when we look back, we'll be proud of what this country has achieved. We're always pioneers in many respects. And in this case, I think we're not going to fail the country. And this is going to be achieved. So we have, as SANBI, embedded human capital development, as indicated earlier on, as part of our fundamental pillar in the delivery of the mandate that we have and are assigned to us, of course, informed by the statutory provisions that form the basis of our establishment as a state-owned entity. So we would want to encourage others as well to embrace this and have this as part of their core fabric, core mandate as well, because we can't achieve what needs to be achieved without the capacity that is required for us to achieve those. And I want to wish the discussions well, and that things go as planned and even beyond. And we remain partners and committed to this process as Sanbi. And I want to say thank you and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shoni, for that position statement. Yeah, we really appreciate the time. Colleagues, unfortunately, both Shoni and Kamal are not able to spend the rest of the day with us. There is a portfolio committee meeting that was rescheduled, so unfortunately they have to attend that and they have to leave us right about now. But let me take the opportunity to thank them for spending this hour with us, and we will sure update them, and I'm sure we'll see their future participation as well. So yeah, thank you very much. We now move to the next item on the agenda. And the next item on the agenda is really the presentations that we are going to be receiving from the different syndicates. Following the mini-skill summit in March, where the findings of the report were tabled, 6 syndicates were formed. And the 6 syndicates that were formed are very much aligned to the strategic objectives of the strategy. Now, the terms of reference for the syndicates was basically to look at the findings and the recommendations and to propose a way forward as we move to 2030. And since March the syndicates have met in their own time amongst their busy, most of the time really without any compensation from anyone. So I would really like to echo Shoni and Kamal's words by thanking the syndicate membership and the syndicate leaders actually take the work forward. So this morning, they're going to present proposals to us as this collective here in this call. Just what is it that they are proposing, what we can do between now and 2030 to realize our ambitions of the strategy. So that's what they are going to propose, and there's going to be an opportunity for us as attendants to interrogate those proposals, to give input into them as indicated in the program. So let's do exactly that. I will start with the first syndicate, which is the one on access and supply. I know that syndicate is led by Shanu Miza. Unfortunately, Shanu is not with us due to personal, but I believe there is somebody else who is going to be speaking, and I see Karen's camera come on. Karen has been this. So welcome, Karen. Thank you for doing this, and over to you.
Pleasure. Thank you, Vivian. I'll just quickly introduce myself. I think probably not many of you know me. My name is Karen Vickers, and I work for a very small NGO called the Nsasani Trust. But we are very much created around 2011 as a response to the original biodiversity human capital development strategy, and wanting to play a role in building biodiversity skills in the country. So I'm quite excited to be part of this work. And yes, sorry that Shanu can't be here with us today, but I will present the work of our syndicate in her place. So yeah, Syndicate 1, the role of our syndicate is to address issues of access and supply. And there's a number of us that have been working on this in a series of meetings that we've had, and not everyone can attend every meeting. So it's been a lot of in and out from the role players, but I've put the names of the main contributors to our syndicate here on the slide. I'm not going to go through all of this. I just want to say that, our syndicate's work is really taken into account the review report, the original biodiversity human capital development strategy, the original strategic objectives, which are listed here, and then the recommendations that came out of the review report, as well as the recommendations that came out from the meeting that we had in March, the mini skills summit meeting that we had in March for this specific syndicate, was that there were 5 main recommendations that came out of that. And they were, how do we keep funding strong, motivated youth with a likelihood of finding work or livelihood in the sector? How do we attain good throughput through the skills pipeline? How do we ensure the right kind of skills and amending programs at universities, higher education institutions, curriculum innovation, which Shoni just spoke to in his presentation now. How do we maintain and extend strong internships within the sector? And the last question was, is there value in tracking graduates? And if so, how should it be done and by whom? So before we jumped into addressing these recommendations, I think we all felt that it was important to take a more of a systems approach to understanding the sector. Sorry, my presentation is frozen. Oh, there we go. And so I think because most of us think in pictures as well, we decided to start out by just sort of mapping this access supply pipeline so that we could better understand where the interventions needed to happen along the pipeline. And so what we did was we took those recommendations and we sort of placed them on this pipeline and started asking whether these were the right places to intervene and whether we were asking the right questions. So we delved much more deeply into interrogating the system here. And what this led to was a new sort of way of thinking about this pipeline, I guess. So we thought about it, of course, in terms of building skills for the biodiversity sector, but also the biodiversity skills that are going to be required across all other sectors, and environmental skills that are necessary in many other sectors as well. And then looking at this from the supply side, but also from the demand side. And yeah, I think we got quite hung up when we started thinking about this demand side, the aspects of the demand side. So we may know quite a bit about current demand, and especially in the original report, there was a lot of information posted about current demand, but there's not a lot of talk happening about future demand. And if we're going to be implementing action plans now, between now and 2030, I think those action plans really need to speak to what the future demand is going to be in the sector. So we spent a lot of time asking questions about that and just really emphasizing that understanding the future demand is going to be really important for today's action planning, which then led us to the next step, which would follow once we could really understand demand, would be then looking at what the quality and quantity of skills currently being produced and conducting a bit of a gap analysis. So how would we need to address the quality and quantity of skills being produced in order to address the future demand? And we came up with a series of questions or important points around that. And then we moved on to then asking what then affects access and supply, and looking at the pipeline and where we're not attracting individuals or where we're losing individuals, and really trying to understand why that might be happening. So all of that just sort of guided our thinking in moving forward. And we sort of came up with 3 key areas that we thought were really important to address. So the first one, of course, would then be, what does a biodiversity skilled South Africa look like in, say, 2050 across all sectors? And could we create that roadmap, or that, like, get a better understanding of the destination of our roadmap? And then addressing the education system, the curriculum innovation, the systems of learning, and how we fund and capacitate organizations that are involved in training and upskilling so that we can meet that future need. And then we can address marketing the green careers, better understanding the barriers to access and supply, setting up systems to track and trace, and monitoring and evaluation. So those were the key things that we thought were important. So our action plan then really stemmed from those three areas that we felt were really important. And also it also really speaks to the recommendations that came out of the review report anyways. So nothing that we presenting here, I don't think is anything new or groundbreaking. It's just that we agree strongly that a lot more collaboration and coordination is needed across the sector and across the work that we're all doing, so that we can help capacitate each other and the sector itself to achieve its future goals. So what came out of this was that the Environmental Skills Planning Forum, that we would be working a lot more closely with the Environmental Skills Planning Forum. And so we felt that then it would be appropriate that the NESPF could be expanded, strengthened, and capacitated, and a series of coordination hubs, committees and coordination hubs could come out of that. And each one could then focus on areas of specific work that need to be done within the sector, and skills strengthening. And then the second thing was a skills intelligence system. And this came up in various ways a number of times yesterday. But I think there's really an opportunity to build a very comprehensive online platform that could service the students and the institutions and the employers, and really help connect all of us together for sharing resources and best practice, but also being able to track students. So what we're thinking is sort of a one-stop shop, like a LinkedIn for the biodiversity sector. And there's various examples out there that already exist. So one of the things going forward would be to perhaps do some more research into the kind of platform, but it could incorporate a lot of the work that I think, the amazing work that's already been done with what was presented yesterday, the launch of this skills portal, and Glenda's talking about the green jobs, the green careers portal. There was mentions of the network of networks and the youth presidential programs. All of this stuff could be connected through a virtual hub, which I think would be a very powerful space to create. And then a well-coordinated research program. So monitoring and evaluation and research to better understand and address barriers to track and trace, understanding the outcomes and effectiveness of different programs, curriculum, and other training interventions. And this would be a number of universities that could engage each other and industry and coordinate working groups to work on this research program. And again, I recognize that there are probably many research programs that are already doing this kind of work. I think it's just about connecting everyone together so that we can put everything that's out there together in a way that can be accessed. And the last recommendation of our syndicate would be the creation of a transformational leadership program. So one well-coordinated program that builds organizational capacity for the sector and working with existing leadership. And hopefully this program would then help with the organizational strengthening and really addressing, we've got the Grondsebenza and the Fundisa for Change programs, which are amazing programs, but this particular program would be aimed at those of us who are working in the sector, the organizations that are already in the sector, and capacitating us to help build the skills within the sector as well for the work that we're doing there. So yeah, that's it. And I don't think we're going to have questions now. I think we're going to address it later in the syndicate session, if I'm correct.
Yes, thank you so much, Karen. It's a very visually powerful presentation, and in terms of the points, you are quite correct. We are not going to take questions now, but we may have a little bit of time left at the end before tea break to do it. So let me thank you, Shanu, and the rest of the syndicates for the presentation. And I am now going to hand over to Syndicate 2, which is on organizational development, led by Dr. Glenda Raven from WWF. Over to you, Glenda.
Thanks, Vivian. Sorry, I felt like I was forcing myself on you there. got everything up and running before you even introduced me. So apologies for that. Morning, everybody. I introduced myself yesterday, but just for those who were not with us yesterday, I'm Glenda Raven from WWF South Africa. I've been associated with the biodiversity human capital development strategy for quite a while, and at some point had run the human resource development network, which was kind of, I suppose, a subset of this organizational strengthening work in the biodiversity human capital development strategy. Yeah, just a little bit of an overview, and I'm not sure that I'm not going to go too much into detail here, but I just want to reflect on the road since the mini skills summit and some of the points of interactions around the organizational strengthening component of the strategy. And just to give you a sense, so that's just as an introduction, and to give you a sense of what has come out of those discussions, and ideally that kind of sets the building blocks up for our discussions in the next hour. But just before I go into just tracking our steps since the mini summit, I thought, and Yurita reminded me about this diagram that is in the biodiversity human capital development strategy document, and quite strong reference to the systems approach to human capital development. And I think that this is probably an important concept, you know, when we're thinking about organizational strengthening in the context of the biodiversity human capital development strategy. So this is kind of a graphic that we developed some time ago. Yeah, just to kind of clarify the concept here. So a lot of our human capital development initiatives is very much focused at the individual. When we talk about skills development, we kind of focus on the individuals who ultimately grow into those skills and make a contribution to the sector through those skills. But the systems approach, we've always thought was that, you know, one can put lots of effort into developing those individuals, but if one doesn't support also the institutions that enable the development of those individuals, then your efforts that are put into these, you know, supporting the growth and development of individuals could very well be compromised in the long run. And so we've always thought that looking at the development of the individual also requires a focus on the learning environments. I just remember from Kamal's presentation earlier, we haven't really made big inroads into, you know, shaping the kind of curriculum that serves the sector. So focusing on the learning environments on the one hand, but on the other hand as well, the work environments that are going to receive the skills that we're investing in, not only receiving those skills, retaining those skills as well, but also growing those skills out so that it doesn't become a dead end for the skills that we're able to attract into and bring into the sector. So that's, yeah, that's just the kind of thinking and why there's a focus on organizational strengthening as well as the kind of curriculum reform. And just thinking about the different syndicates, Syndicate 1, 3, 4, and 6, I kind of thought that those are very much focused on the individual and developing the individual skills that would make a contribution to the sector. The organizational strengthening syndicate sits within this work environment context, and ultimately we're looking at developing that or strengthening that work environment that receives and grows out the skills and continues to attract the skills that we require in the sector. So I thought that was just a kind of outline. I thought necessary just to give you a better sense of our thinking that has gone into the proposal here. Syndicate 5, of course, the coordination, advocacy, monitoring and evaluation cuts across all of those. So that's just a little bit, I suppose, of revisiting the thinking that informs the strategy and also the thinking that has come to inform, oops, that wasn't meant to happen. to inform the conversations of the organizational strengthening syndicate. I've called this the executive summary, and I hope it's going to be quick enough. So it's really just tracing the development between the mini skills summit and where we are today. Shortly after the mini skills summit, I don't know if any of you looked at the list of syndicate participants, but this organizational strengthening one does not seem to be the flavor of the day, or otherwise people are just avoiding it. But the list of people at the mini skills summit who signed up for the syndicate was a small group of 4 people, with one of those 4 people availing herself for consultation and not kind of, you know, extensive involvement in the work of the syndicate. So shortly after the mini skills summit, we were at a national environmental skills planning forum, and there were 2 syndicates that were without leads, and I was asked to take on the jobs and livelihoods one. I chose the organizational strengthening one because of the previous involvement in the human resource development network. So that's how I came to lead the syndicate. And the first thing we did was to pull those 4 people together, which made up the syndicate. And very quickly into that discussion, we had agreed actually that the work of the organizational strengthening syndicate is not necessarily an independent body of work, or a body of work that kind of sits on its own and interacts with the other syndicates. But we thought that we agreed that the organizational strengthening syndicate needs to be a transversal syndicate that interacts with each one of the other syndicates in terms of supporting organizational strengthening in as far as the work that each of those syndicates are busy with. So Karen, you spoke about internships and mentoring. So I suppose the organizational strengthening component would be to apply their minds more focus to how mentoring supports you know, the rollout of internships, but also potentially beyond internships if we're looking at retention and so on. So there's kind of a tiered focus for organizational strengthening, the one being across all 6 syndicates, and the other one being, you know, bringing the organizational strengthening depth, I suppose, into the work that we do. So that was the thinking at that very first meeting, and it was a hour-long meeting, and very quickly we agreed on that. And took that into the coordination meetings of all of the syndicates. And there was agreement there as well. And we then ran a cross-syndicate workshop on the 17th of August, where we brought all of the syndicates together and you know, tried to kind of conceptualize what this organizational strengthening will look like across all of those syndicates. We did not emerge from that particular workshop with a very clear proposal on how we're going to take this forward, but there were some very clear ideas of how we need to take organizational strengthening forward. There was a suggestion, I'm not sure where it actually emerged, that perhaps organizational strengthening should be dissolve that body of work. But yeah, there was a strong feeling in that workshop that it can't be, it must be retained, and it must be retained as quite foundational in the biodiversity human capital development strategy initiatives. That, you know, there's some thinking that there are some touch points between organizational strengthening and the coordinating syndicate, and you'll see, you know, monitoring and evaluation might be one of those areas. And so one of the recommendations that came out of the workshop as well is that we think a little bit about that relationship between coordination and organizational strengthening, that we think about it and try to strengthen that relationship, that all syndicates, as they define quite a clear way forward, that organizational strengthening comes in and looks at the across syndicate support that is required in all of the other syndicates. There was a feeling that the theory of change for the organizational strengthening syndicate needs to be reconsidered and perhaps more clearly articulated. We've always thought that, building stronger leaders makes for stronger institutions. And once we've got those stronger institutions, we'll be able to retain that. But the review has showed, that's not necessarily the case. And then what came out of the syndicate workshop were various intervention components that people had identified that could come to support the work of the other syndicates, but also the implementation of the biodiversity human capital development strategy. So that's the executive summary. That's where we are. And we'll pick up from that detail in the next section, the next session, as we start to think about how we take organizational strengthening forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenda. I'm not sure. Vivian, is your connectivity good enough to come in? I think that Vivian is experiencing a little bit of connectivity problems. So I want to thank Glenda. Just as I thought she was going to go for 30 minutes, she did stop. And we'd like to introduce the next speaker, who is Genevieve De Silva from Green Matter. Syndicate 3, Scarce Skills. Genevieve, if you could load up your slides. She has worked with Henry Roman and others in this particular syndicate. Thanks, Genevieve.
Good morning. Thank you, Rita, and welcome everyone. I'm going to be presenting on the Scarce Skills Syndicate. It's very high-level feedback. I'm going to leave a lot of the discussion for afterwards. So my slides are fairly scant, so forgive me for that. Gosh,
as Genevieve, it's a 7-minute presentation, so a
yes,
nice lean set of slides is absolutely perfect.
Thank you, perfect. Okay, so our members, so the syndicate was led by myself and Dr. Henry Roman, and our members were, oh gosh, forgive me, Nicola, I've left out your surname. Sibokazi Bokwe, Nicola, Prof. Antoinette Kotza, Gary Newman, Louise, Nora Hankey, and Vivian Malema. So thank you guys for all of your contributions to this process. So as a syndicate, we felt that there's still a very gaping gap in terms of what organizations are needing to achieve their goals that may even align to sector-wide or country-wide goals, and the skills needed. And in many discussions, we realized that in the next 10 years, the people who are going to retire, there are not enough people to come in and replace them with that level of skill. So we don't really even have 10 years to address this. We need to address it well within the first few years of this next 10-year process. So there's also a need for new skills research. We did note that there are some CETAs and some research coming out through the DHET, but this needs to be also kind of aligned inside the sector with other stakeholders and bringing it down a level into biodiversity. So that's something that we noted regarding research. And then there's a need to link the sector to the youth. So we needed to figure out, how do we link them in real time? How do we make sure that all of the skills that are needed and the people that are moving into those positions of becoming skilled, those two align? Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat this morning. Then the recommendations were very simple. It boiled down to 3 things. Looking at understanding national biodiversity conservation priorities, understanding strategies, plans that are in place for the sector, and then looking at organizations that would align their plans to those, and finding hotspots inside of that, finding areas where you can have the greatest leverage for firstly, biodiversity impact, and secondly, the number of employment opportunities in the sector. So how we felt we could bring these together is through an academy. And then what you're doing is you're creating a conduit of sorts that would firstly marry the organizational needs and the skills needs of organizations through stakeholder engagement with that of training organizations and the youths that are coming up into those positions. So it's very much about timing and pulling together these stakeholders and youth and trainers, etc., pulling them all together in real time and addressing these skills in real time. And this is something done separate from a CETA process. But having that in mind, the CETA mapping and partnerships and research will continue as a parallel process and always continue to feed into this. So these would really be processes that would be running parallel and would dovetail on the odd occasion, come back and forth and interact with one another. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, give me 1 second. Someone just walked into the glass door here. Then we need to set up project management teams and people who are in the position to coordinate these various bodies, which we didn't really see them as one overarching coordination. It's really about maybe regional or provincial nodes that would be running these types of things. And a very big factor of this, and the one that I think really would secure this and create the most success, is marketing and communications to the youth. There has to be a major driver of marketing, and this would have to be on a digital platform of sorts, and helping people to find it and have access to this information, firstly on critical mass, and secondly consistently. So not only once in a while doing a career fair where a small group of people benefit. This would need to be on a much larger scale. So the proposed implementation plan, we're looking at firstly stakeholder engagement, trying to understand where the organizational skills gaps are, then trying to identify either existing academies or a new academy of sorts that would be able to address these skills gaps. And this would be set up as central providers of this connection between these two stakeholders, the organizations and the youth. And that, again, as I said, it would most likely be operating on more of a provincial scale. Because at that provincial scale, these organizations would have built up relationships and built trust over time within that conservation community or that biodiversity community. And ultimately, the reason we're doing all of this skills development is for positive biodiversity outcomes. So it would be very useful to link them on a more on a grassroots level. And then connecting to the youth. So understanding where are the youth, what are they interested in, what kind of information do they have at their disposal, and then trying to give them insights into what is the future of their specific sector or subsector within the biodiversity conservation and environmental sector. So trying to link as many stakeholders as possible and become outward facing. So bringing in people who may not necessarily be studying towards a biodiversity degree, but having them still understand where are the gaps within biodiversity that they can fill. Then strategic marketing to the youth. So this would be over a period of time. This, I think, would have to happen consistently throughout the next 10 years until we can measure our progress again. And then the parallel research for the CETAs. We were very fortunate to have someone from a CETA in our syndicate, Nora, and we got some amazing insights in terms of what is needed to really align ourselves to the CETAs, but not be completely bound to that in terms of bringing alignment to these stakeholders and helping them address those skills gaps in real time. So the approach is really fairly straightforward. I mean, on paper, for that matter, not necessarily straightforward in real life, because the first step is really the most complex. It's about stakeholder engagement and helping people and organizations align their goals, or even just communicate where their strategies are and where their gaps are in their skills. And then formulating this academy to act as a conduit and finding out where the youth are and trying to bring them into the fold. So it's a lot of deep diving and researching and networking that would go into this. And then parallel to that would be the CETA research and mapping, roadshows, career fairs, and things like that, that would be finding the youth where they are. So that is a very key component to this. It's not about creating new platforms or creating new of anything. It's about finding people where they currently exist and making use of those things that are already in place. And then a funding model will be needed to outline really what's the way forward. How does this kind of operation really attract funds and maintain sustainability? Thank you, and that's it from me. I feel that I may have been under 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Genevieve. I hope I am coming across. Earlier on, my internet was unstable. Apologies for that. Yurita, thank you so much for taking over. There's a lively chat going on about the proposals as they have been presented. Kayla has suggested that maybe we need an institute. Genevieve's presentation is talking about an academy. So let's keep all those comments going, colleagues. We will certainly have a very lively workshop afterwards. So if we can move on to the next syndicate that is supposed to present. And that is, if I can, that is Syndicate 4, and it's on transformation. The Transformation Syndicate is led by Professor Ramahwa Sibola from SENBI. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues and everyone. I've sent in the presentation. I wonder if it can be loaded.
Tech team, did you
sorry, Prof.
it? Okay.
1 minute, we'll be loading up for you. Prof, we don't seem to have your presentation.
Sure.
Maybe you can just enable.
Be able to share from your side?
Hmm.
I can make you co-host and you can share. You can share now, Prof, your co-host.
You tell me if it's up on your screens.
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a report back from the Syndicate 4 that dealt with sector transformation issues. And we had a very big team at the beginning, but as time went by, the numbers dwindled a bit. But suffice to say, the discussions have really been very lively in this group. If I'm to summarize the main outcomes, or rather first the approach that we took and the outcomes at a high level, we took guide from the slide that was shared at the mini summit earlier on, where we focus mainly on what are the remaining transformation challenges in the sector, and in view of all those recommendations, look at who should take the lead in some of the proposed actions going forward. We looked at some of the questions to guide the discussions in the syndicate work, looking at what goals we be setting for this syndicate and which organizations and individuals will be in the syndicate, and so that we create representativity and to cover the entire stakeholders in the sector. And then we, out of that process, sometime we had to keep on adding new members to the process so that we can enrich the discussion. And it went on to a stage where we had to frame the transformation broadly within the context of Malcolm Gladwell's positioning that we need to think of transformation as a new way of looking at things, a rethinking process, rather than just intending to achieve the improving of what are the targets, but how best can you do it? A new approach. So this is really what guided most of the discussions, and we had a robust outcomes of those. So in summary of what we have done is to, as the syndicate, we worked on the 4 strategic goals. The 4 goals in this area looked at the numbers. It looked at the quality and relevance of the skills, as well as looking at retention and deployment of skills in the sector, as well as looking at the broad macro enabling conditions for skills planning in the sector. Right, and on those bases, we then provided a high-level contextual framing of what transformation should mean for the sector. And out of that, that part took a lot of discussion because we needed to accept and have a common understanding of what is the framing of the dialogue around transformation. And once that is set, it was a better way of us to proceed in looking at those specific recommendations in the various strategic objectives. And we then propose some of those that I will share with briefly here. Right, so as part of the framing of the strategy, of transformation within the strategy, we looked at the vision of the strategy document, that within that, the context of that vision, transformation for the sector should be approached holistically as a dynamic and complex multi-layered process or journey. And with that in mind, we need that we are able to come up with plans and targets that will confront both the intrinsic, basic or fundamental core elements of transformative change, as well as to deal with the more subtle, subliminal and often institutionalized patterns of privilege, exclusion and prejudice. So this is just a framing of, as we engage in this dialogue, we should be aware of and make sure that we're framing ourselves appropriately, because the issues that confront us are multi-layered and dynamic and complex. And therefore, as a sector, various programs that we develop and implement should reflect this approach of dealing with transformation. We also moved on to indicate that the sector should also adopt a structured and systemic approach to transformation, supporting individual institutions, as well as ensuring that those institutions can implement programs that are focused internally to create and optimize operational efficiencies, adhere to national targets on EE, as well as creating and enabling and nurturing career development for all staff. But without also being internally focused, the sector should also create an external environment of fairness, equity, and justice as expressed in the Bill of Rights that I enshrined in our Constitution of the Republic. So this is really a way of framing transformation dialogue within the sector, that we answering the question, why do we have to do transformation? What are the imperatives? And I think with this framing, we are marshaled to achieve all the issues that are being raised in the Bill of Rights in the Constitution. And we moved on as the syndicate to also talk about what is it that we will require in the sector that will sustain the dialogue, that will sustain the transformation journey and dialogues. Few of those that have been highlighted here are the initiatives that we think they are aligned with the strategic goals of the strategy, and that indeed, if work will be focused in these few areas, 6 areas, as a main, will lead to some kind of progress. And of course, these are high level, they need to be unpacked further, and I hope that in the further discussion that we'll have, some of this will be unpacked and details be provided. First, initiative on workforce representation, diversity, and equity in the sector. And this will talk to the first strategic objective that deals with the issues of numbers, inadequate numbers of Black professionals in the sector, the pipeline issues coming in, and also an initiative that will address leadership broadly in the sector. What type of leadership we expect to see in the sector. And also culture, ethics, and values that should be upheld in the sector. Access to facilities and national footprints in the sector is an important area where, as could recall that first slide about how we frame transformation, also is that we need a new thinking here in terms of promoting and national footprint across South Africa, and what kind of partnerships and collaborations and community engagements we should promote in the sector. And of course, in the digital age, what's the role of technology in business processes in the sector? Because we believe that all of these areas, if we were to have specific actions and targets, indeed they will contribute broadly to the attainment of transformative goals in the sector. We also, as a syndicate, deliberated a lot on what will really be a glue to partners and stakeholders in the sector around transformation. And we propose a collective compact and pledge to broaden access and participation, and also a pledge that individual organizations, individual organizations, as well as collectively as a community, to engage meaningfully, to broaden that engagement and deal head on and also on the issues around decolonizing knowledge production systems. In this way, attempts should be made critically to promote local content and indigenous knowledge in order to improve management and conservation of biodiversity. And the pledge should also be about shaping biodiversity and conservation sector as an agent of social justice and sustainable development. There should be specific actions towards that. And we also talk about promoting critical and creative thinking, awareness, agency, skills professional, and ethical conduct to make a meaningful contribution to nation building. So these three previous slides is just about framing transformation. And I think as we frame transformation, we also want to talk to these strategic goals about inadequate numbers, poor quality, as well as the relevance of skills in the sector. Issues around how do we retain and deploy skills, suitably qualified individuals in the sector. And key also is about, once we have the numbers flowing in, do we have the conditions to keep them? What are those macro conditions that will also allow ongoing skills planning to happen in the sector and to develop skills, and also ongoing evaluation of the relevance of those skills? And these really are the elements where we think that transformation has to happen at higher level. And just to share a few of those activities that the syndicate managed to come up with, a few of those. I'll pick up not everything else because of time constraint, but I've mentioned earlier on about holistic developmental approach. We believe that an effective transformation approach should be embedded on the concept of from cradle to career perspective. How do we create linkages from primary schools level to high school through to higher education institutions? And of course, beyond that level, to deal with industries where our skilled personnel have to be employed and deployed. And we also come up with a proposal to indicate that the sector should structure and position itself within the national growth and development agenda. This point talks to the relevance of the sector, that our skills, if they are critical, they should actually be important in deploying the development of the outcomes of the NDP Vision 2030. And we're proposing a skills, or rather a sector hub or a platform where young professionals can get access to general information. Often young people don't know exactly where to go. We believe that a central hub and platform will go a long way in making sure that opportunities in the sector are shared openly and can be accessed by young professionals in the sector. And therefore, in this regard, this syndicate proposed the need to remodel the sector to make it more attractive to young professionals and be innovative in how we do it. Some of those proposed actions talk to making the sector jobs attractive. Here, the point is about looking at long-term innovative solutions. We know there are various programs in the form of internships that have been spoken to since this symposium started, but we need to rethink how best those initiatives such as internships and various programs can make an impact in the sector. We need to strengthen the various linkages with other sectors or careers. I think earlier on this point has been made also in the skills development. How do we make sure that people who are studying other disciplines do have those clear linkages with the sector? And I highlight of a few in terms of law, engineering, and accounting, and so forth. But also making sure that awareness of the available skills needs to be made. What are the gaps and what are the new ideas that we need? So we need to link higher education institutions broadly to participate in constantly shaping the development of new skills, focusing attention on specific areas of the NDP targets 2030 vision. And of course, in that regard, we believe as a syndicate that an active pipeline of quality candidates into the sector will be pulled in through. And of course, critical here is that ongoing school curriculum needs to be reviewed to address biodiversity core skills. And of course, those critical soft skills that are required to survive in any marketplace. A firm proposal here is about regular symposium and dialogue to unpack skills within the higher education sector, and that the curriculum improvement should be an ongoing matter. Okay, some of those further proposed activities is that the sector should conduct survey to determine quality. What do we mean by quality? It's a debatable topic here around what quality is, but I think the sector has to grapple with the issues around it. And around quality versus quantity, and also somehow the syndicate thinks it's going to be important to have some kind of procedure that's standardized across the sector on benchmarking quality and developing relevant matrices and indicators across the sector for measuring success. Okay, so this slide seems a bit
Prof?
Yep.
7 minutes.
Sure, I'm wrapping up.
Yeah.
Yes, on this slide, also some of those specific points that have come through, I will not go through each of those. Suffice to say that there's a need for developing a new metric that will be employed to deal with the issues of quality, and also linking the aspects of relevance of work with the NDP priorities, particularly Chapter 5 on environmental sustainability and resilience objectives and actions. Sorry about that one. And that what skills are required to improve the quality. We need to also do a complementary skills survey. Okay, and here is really some specifics around strategic goal 3 on retention, as well as the macro conditions. And I think that in the next session that we go into the workshops, then we will be able to unpack some of these. And then, of course, work went into looking at those focus areas of the strategy in terms of the strategic goals, who, in terms of the various institutions, should come in terms to lead some of those actions, and who should be in support. These are proposals that should be engaged further. And I think I would like to acknowledge the following people: Samaelo Malebu and Tansile, who really have been key in keeping the syndicate alive, communicating various sessions, and a number of members, key ones contributed: Annalise Matan, Namfla, Tanya Abrams, Jason Tule, Answa, Tandiswa, Faith Duze, Matile, Cindy, Jonathan, and Matile. Chair, that's the summary of what we have done as a syndicate on transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'm going to be in trouble with the rest of the syndicates. They're going to now want at the same time as I gave you. But yeah, I see the discussions happening there around the online hub, the online platform, the communication around it. But yeah, keep chatting, colleagues. The workshop is coming and we'll all be able to participate and flesh these ideas out. Can I please invite the Jobs and Livelihood Syndicate to present? Just simply because we're running very, very out of time. So if there is somebody who should be limited of time, let me rather take it upon myself. Let me invite Fulufelo Mukadi and Tammy Smith, Dr. Tammy Smith from SENBI, and Ms. Deshni Pillay to do the invitation and to do the presentation as the lead for the Jobs and Livelihood Syndicate. Over to you.
Sure, thank you very much, Vivian and colleagues. I'm just going to introduce myself on video, and then I'm going to switch it off because I'm also struggling with my connection this morning. Tammy will be presenting, projecting the slides for me. Thanks. Okay, great. So I don't have a lot of time. We're quite a new syndicate. We started only in August. So we've just managed to have our inception meeting. Deshni and Fulu and Tammy both helped me lead the syndicate. Thank you. Next slide, Tam. So these are our syndicate members. We have quite a few from SANBI, and I'm very grateful for the SANBI inputs and participants in the sector. Like I've mentioned, this syndicate didn't have a lead, and we very recently, I think in August, we decided that SANBI would lead this syndicate. And then we contacted the other members of this syndicate group, and we had our inception meeting in August sometime. So I think the key thing here is to note that during the workshop session later on today, we are going to be looking at which are the other people and other organizations that need to be included in the syndicate. We've got quite a nice core group of people, but we'd really like to expand on that. We've managed to put our terms of reference together, and we started on a draft framework for the syndicate, but really we're looking at inputs from today's session, and we're looking forward to the breakout session later today. Thank you. Next slide, Tam. So briefly, what we worked on, we really looked at we started looking at the summary document from the National Biodiversity Human Capital Development Strategy, and the key issue there was really that this syndicate is very cross-cutting. And many of the strategic objectives and that will cut across the other syndicates. So we were looking at finding mechanisms for developing skills, training, and curricula. That was already mentioned in several of the other syndicates. So the key purpose of this syndicate is really to look at, to understand what has worked, compile information and share best practice. And we actually have taken up looking at how the syndicate should work into really developing a problem statement. And the key issue there is to look at building sustainable jobs and sustainable livelihoods. And that's what we're wanting to take into our discussion later. The problem statement that we're wanting to propose in the workshop session later is really looking at limited opportunities that we need to explore, and how knowledge that's available on biodiversity related jobs and livelihoods, how do we take that further and build on that? So we've heard several presentations from yesterday really calling for relevant, green and smart jobs and livelihoods. And that's really what we're wanting to develop as a strategy and implementation plan for the syndicate. Thank you, Tammy. You can go to the next slide. So we've started already with the, like I've mentioned, the purpose statement. We've developed a draft problem statement, and we've put together some goals and objectives. We're really looking at how do we have continued support of the human capital development within the sector, looking at understanding what has worked, what hasn't worked, really looking at articulating the blockages, challenges, and constraints, then having an option to share best practices. And we're wanting to really compile all of this into case studies for discussion. We're also looking at fostering sustainable jobs through existing mechanisms and programs. And here, I just want to mention that SANBI has had an opportunity to implement the Presidential Employment Stimulus Project in phase 1. We had about 53 million rands to implement, mainly in the catchments we're working in, within the communities of practice that we've set up within these catchments. And now in the second Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, we have an allocation of 73 million rands. I just want to note that these are, of course, earmarked for short-term jobs, and we're really looking at how we manage to leverage those into more meaningful, sustainable jobs for the sector, and how we can link that into natural resource management, and that what our CEO spoke about earlier. How do we look at reducing biodiversity loss? How do we bring in conserving ecological infrastructure, ecosystem services, threatened species, etc., by leveraging of these funds and looking at long-term sustainability of funding mechanisms for jobs in the sector. And then the last goal is really to identify partners and opportunities within the sector. This is such a big
big job to do that we won't be able to do it alone. We really all need to come together and work within these strategic partnerships in order to manage and deliver on this work. Next slide, Tammy. Thanks. So we've put together a very draft framework where we've looked at putting together some ideas on developing the approach, process, and really looking at, I think that's the key thing that we're wanting to focus on in this syndicate, is looking at resourcing. You know, I mean, I've already mentioned identifying partners and partnerships, and looking at how we're managing to identify roles and responsibilities, because it's too big for just, you know, one or few people or organizations to take forward. We really need an integrated approach, and we want to bring in the relevant role players to play their parts. So that's the approach we're wanting to take within the syndicate. So really looking at being collaborative and working together. And then as a process, we've already had some initial discussions within the syndicate group and within SANBI as well, on how to collaborate with rural development agencies. I think that's a key area. It's an opportunity, and it's also an area that we haven't explored much, and we need to really get in there. That's a gap we need to close. I've already mentioned leveraging of current projects and the work that SANBI is leading on. And then looking at strategic organizations and programs that we need to bring in. Making the case for biodiversity, we want to really bring in the work that we've done previously. Certainly in my division, we've done quite a lot of that making the case work, and we've also done a fair amount of work on looking at biodiversity related jobs and livelihoods. And from the discussion yesterday, the sector, CETA and the other green jobs that were envisaged, I think there was quite a lot of rich discussion yesterday that we can bring in, certainly in our framework and strategy that we're wanting to develop for this syndicate. And lastly, I've touched on the resource implications. Our CEO's already mentioned this morning, we need to look at sustainable jobs and livelihoods, and that's quite a key objective for the syndicate group. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay. So this is our draft proposed implementation plan. There's not a lot in here. Like I've mentioned, we've just had one meeting in August, and then we've circulated the document for comments to the syndicate members to contribute to. We will be really looking at using the workshop session later on to bring in more inputs and really look at taking this implementation plan forward. We've just highlighted 3 key tasks, and I'm not going to go through it because of time, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. We've already made linkages with other areas and opportunities like the expanded public works programs, Operation Pekisa, and then really looking in the areas that we need to work in is climate change adaptation, land reform and rural development. I've mentioned that already, mine rehabilitation, and then quite recently as part of our Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, there's an urban youth project that we're thinking of funding in Khayelitsha, and we're really wanting to leverage of that project. Okay, I think that's all, Vivian, from our syndicate, and apologies for the time again.
Thanks, Deshni. I think you did very well in the constrained time. Colleagues, we are right into the tea break. I don't think it gives us much time really to talk to the transformation, rather to coordination. Maybe I would like to suggest or propose that coordination, the proposal for coordination be presented in the workshop session that is going to be presented, unless if everybody doesn't mind us stealing 5 minutes of their tea break. But my proposal is that we don't do it in this plenary, but the proposal will be tabled in the ideas. Okay, Eureka is suggesting that I take quick 5 minutes to do that. If there is anybody strongly opposed to that, I will see the comments come on the screen. Otherwise, I'm going for it. Okay, I'm going for it. So in the proposal, the coordination, Eureka is suggesting that I just go straight into the last slide. In our proposal as the coordination task team, I'm hoping. Okay, I think it is showing on your slide, on your side.
Yes, Chair, it's showing, Chair.
Okay, so I'm just going to skip all the other slides that you saw there and really go to the heart of it, which is what we are proposing. So from the findings and the recommendations around coordination, there is this whole issue that the strategy was, we didn't have proper coordination. It was a bit fragmented and so on. But then also in the opening remarks that Choni was making, he was really asking us a question of what is it that we are doing? What is the end product that we are working towards? So I think one of the things that we asked in the syndicate was that, what are we doing? Is there a need to review the strategy as it stands? We know that from the onset, the brief was to look at the review of the implementation. But as we're reviewing the implementation, were there sufficient gaps that we picked up in the strategy that requires us to review the strategy or not? So if that is the case, then we would say that the end product that we are working towards would be a reviewed strategy. But if we are satisfied that the only gaps that only exist in implementation, then I think we are speaking in one voice and saying all what we are doing now is strengthening an implementation plan that will see us to 2030. So that was the first thing. The second thing was that emanated from the findings and the recommendations that there is a need to sort out our institutional arrangements, because sorting out our institutional arrangements will bring us closer to issues of advocacy, making sure that people in and outside the environmental sector, people at political level, people with resources and so on, are brought on board. But resources not only in terms of contributing money, but contributing ideas of how things have actually worked in their different sectors. So that is the other thing that we need to look at. And also sorting out our institutional arrangements has implications for how do we position the strategy. We know at the moment the strategy is sitting within SENBI, but is that the best place where the strategy needs to be sitting? Would it not serve it better if maybe it was sitting at a national level, therefore enjoying a national status that possibly will come with attracting resourcing, whether from a people perspective or from a funding perspective? The third issue was a suggestion that the coordination syndicates as it stands now, that has been driving coordination post-March, maybe it should move into the National Environmental Skills Planning Forum. Therefore, the coordination of the implementation plan to 2030 in itself should move into the National Environmental Skills Planning Forum, simply because one of the findings was that we have these mechanisms already in place. We have conferences, we have the forum, we have all those kind of things in place. Instead of setting up new structures, rather let's look at strengthening what already exists. So the proposal is that we take this coordination into the National Environmental Skills Planning Forum. And all of us that have been working in this, we become a working group within that. But moving the coordination and the strategy into the forum, there's a lot of work that needs to be done as the strategy has identified those gaps. For example, we need to strengthen the forum. We need to establish a secretariat, for example. We need to make sure that there are work streams or working groups that will drive the implementation in there. Maybe there is a need to set up a steering committee, that will provide strategic direction to all of this. So that, in a nutshell, I think it's the proposal that is coming from the syndicate group, and members of the syndicate group you would have seen in one of the slides that I presented. So there isn't much time to really go into anything else, but let's just say that people who are going to come in here will flesh this out in the workshop session. So let me step down as a presenter on behalf of the Coordination Syndicate and come back to my role as a chair for this session to thank you all for having attended this. There's 105 of us that attended this. We are looking forward to interacting with you in the workshop session. But right after tea, we will be joining the jobs and livelihoods. And when that session is over, then the tech team will help us be allocated into the different syndicates so that we can workshop the proposals that have been made by the different syndicates. Thank you very much and enjoy your tea. I believe we are convening back from tea at 10:30.
It's a magic number. Yes, it is. It's a magic number. Because 2 times 3 is 6. And 3 times 6 is 18. And the 18th letter in the alphabet is R. Yeah. We got 3 R's we're gonna talk about today. We gotta learn to reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Well, if you're going to the market to buy some juice, you gotta bring your own bags and you learn to reduce your waste. We gotta learn to reduce. And if your brother or your sister's got some cool clothes, you could try them on before you buy some more of those. Reuse. We gotta learn to reuse. And if the first 2 R's don't work out, and if you gotta make some trash, well, don't throw it out. Recycle. We gotta learn to recycle. We gotta learn to reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Because 3, it's a magic number. Yes, it is. It's a magic number.
Welcome back. I hope everybody had as interesting a tea break as we had here at Rhodes. A visitor just arrived from Sweden. And in these days, of course, to have a visitor is something quite unusual and exciting. So we had a lovely tea break. Colleagues, welcome back. We are now in the session on green economy, jobs, and skills. And really, it is at the heart of what this entire summit is about. And so I want to thank all of the presenters who availed themselves for this session. I'm going to introduce the first two speakers, and I would like to alert you to the fact that we have a slight change in the order of presentations. So we are going to start with Dr. Henry Roman, Old Rhodian, who is the Director of Environmental Services and Technologies at the Department of Science and Innovation. So Henry celebrated 10 years at DST, DSI, and of course he's always been an amazing champion for the green economy. As has been our second speaker, who will then be Dr. Janita Badul. So Janita, if you could come in the second slot, please. So Janita is in the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, where she is a senior manager and an advisor, policy advisor for sustainability programs and projects. And so she has also been very involved in the drive from within the department towards the green economy. And she is joined in her presentation by the technical advisor at GIZ called Nondumiso Dumakude, my apologies, Nondumiso Dumakude. Nondumiso, welcome. Janita, welcome. And the two of you will present then I'll introduce the following speakers. Each presentation will be only 10 minutes long. This session is very much an information sharing session to set us up for the workshops that are going to follow. So I regret we won't have time for questions or comments. Please keep your questions and comments and we will follow up with them, but not in this hour, so that by 11:30 exactly, we can go into the breakaway groups and use what we're going to learn in this session now from these really experienced top presenters that we're going to hear now. So Dr. Roman, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dorita, for that introduction. I'll put my camera off shortly after I've just started sharing my screen. If the host could allow me to share my screen, please.
1 second, Dr. Roman.
Thanks. I just remembered it was about 9 years ago that I was at my first NESS event talking about skills for the waste sector. And just to update you on what happened with that, we've subsequently, under the Waste Research Development Innovation Roadmap, put in place two different master's degrees on waste management, one at UKZN and one at University of the Northwest. Also, it wasn't too long ago that I recall Dr. Tanya Abramser telling me at the launch of the Imbelisi Enviropreneurs program that she hopes that this isn't another once-off intervention from government, which illustrates, I think, to some extent how at times we have had this stop-start approach on how to build capacity in biodiversity in South Africa. And it's partly due, I think, to the complexity of the sector. And the Imbelisi Enviropreneurship program is not looking at creating jobs, it's looking at creating job creators. So self-employed individuals, young people that create jobs then for others, which I think is something we really need to focus on as well. Now, my talk is titled Circular Economies and Green Jobs. And I just want to point out also, circular economy is a transformation of the existing economy. It's not a separate or parallel economy that exists on the side. And if you look at how our current economy looks, this is basically how it operates. You're going from resource extraction through consumption to disposal. And what drives this economy, I think, for the last 200 years, it's you and I in how we approach consumption. So when you look at it, so put this thing off. You and I are constantly wanting to upgrade what we have. The stuff we have is outdated. The clothing we're wearing is out of fashion. I need a new phone, etc. And that then means industry responds by saying, let's make more stuff for people to consume. And we need economies of scale. In other words, we need to make more so we can make it cheaper. That requires you to also have all your stuff going into various markets. And you have these very long distribution networks that are global in nature. And then you increase your manufacturing ability. What does that then ultimately mean? It means you need more raw materials. So we're constantly going through this linear approach and disposing of and creating a greater pollutant load at the end of it all. And in sustainable development, we've looked at addressing the problem by cleaner production, reducing carbon emissions, etc., and at recycling. And unfortunately, this has not been enough, as we all know. And so this concept of a circular economy that isn't totally new, the seeds of it were born, I think, in the 1960s already, is how do we then transform this linear economy to a much more circular one? And here you can see I've taken the same little blocks, but I've added an additional one called reuse, recycle, and repurpose. What that block does is it then creates a cycle that then allows you to go back to production without having to always go back to resource extraction. And that then reduces the amount of natural resources you're extracting for production purposes. And during production, it's not just cleaner production, it's about more efficient production, not just reducing carbon emissions, but also designing out wasteful parts of your process in your production. Managing local networks. COVID has been a prime example of how this can work. We couldn't get international networks working when there was full lockdown in many countries. So local networks had to be put in place to help to distribute goods. The consumption side is also how do we better design our products use for recycle, for repurposing even, and to last longer. And then there's responsible disposal of goods so that they can enter the cycle of reuse, recycling, and repurposing. Here's where the consumer influence has a great role to play as well. We as the consumers can also exert an influence on the producers such that they start designing things in the way that we want them. And the whole thing about plastic straws is a really great example of how consumer influence can actually change behavior of producers to accommodate what we see and what we need for the world. And that then allows us to keep resources in flow for as long as possible at their maximum value. At the end of the day, the economics must still make sense. And that is, in a nutshell and simplistically, a circular economy. And as I said, it has to be one. We have to transform what we're currently doing to become more circular. And it may not also be the nirvana we think it may be and answer all our questions, but it has to be done consciously and done correctly. Now, just quickly, the Das Gupta Reviews is an interesting document. It's quite a tome, it's quite a large book to read. But what it said, in the foreword, these words really stood out for me. It says that we're totally dependent upon the natural world, as I've just tried to illustrate. But our natural systems are now on the verge of breakdown. We have, as humans, the ability now to destroy an entire rainforest and replace it with a plantation of a single species in order to feed this ever-increasing human population, and it may not even be the population in that part of the world. You could produce food and then export it to a totally different part of the world. But economics is a discipline that then can shape the decisions of the utmost consequence. And the foreword was written by Sir David Attenborough, quite a vocal voice on climate change as well. Chapter 19 of this review, you can see in terms of the restoration of nature, these are the sub-chapters there. But restoration of ecological infrastructure, and they contribute to mitigation of and adaptation to climate change. But to be successful, it requires a much broader understanding of the relationship between people, nature, and livelihoods, as well as adding in that concept of effective institutions. In other words, a well-being economy where nature and humans coexist in harmony is what you're sort of striving for. But restoration is reliant on good science, good objectives, clear objectives, community engagement. We sometimes forget that communities are the crux of some of what we're trying to achieve. And then, of course, the monitoring, evaluation, and I'd add research and learning. And for me, a project that really fits in here is the Living Catchments Project, which is attempting to do this at the level of a catchment. I'm not going to speak to this now because of time, but you're welcome to ask me at any time about it. In the DSI, we've recognized circular economy now in the white paper on science, technology, and innovation as a new growth area. And the national but NACI did a synthesis report on a foresight Africa. And in this, you can see they've identified 4 thrusts. And in thrust 2, which is ensuring sustainable water, energy, and food security, water resources, water security, and food security are highlighted. Now that also is linked then to low carbon and climate resilient economies in terms of the economic impact of sustainability. And this is where they've placed biodiversity conservation. I just wanted to mention that. I had a different presentation prepared for today. And then last night, as I was shutting down my email, I came across an Ellen MacArthur email that had popped into my inbox. Actually just released a report on how the circular economy tackles biodiversity loss. And so I changed my presentation accordingly, because I was actually battling a little bit on how to link the 2 concepts. And here you can see they've also highlighting the fact that over the last 70 years, the world has experienced a 13-fold increase in global economic activity. What this means is that as of last year, we require an estimated 1.6 Earths to regenerate the biological resources that you and I are demanding. And that is quite a profound statement, because as you know, we only have one Earth. Is that the extraction and processing of natural resources accounts for more than 90% of biodiversity loss and water stress. These 2 things are intimately linked. And this is attributed mainly to major value chains, such as food, the built environment, energy, and fashion. Fashion is really coming forward as impacting this quite immensely. Now, in terms of green jobs, I don't have a crystal ball that can tell me what these green jobs will look like in the future. So I'm going to illustrate rather by showing you this graphic from that report. And this image is adapted from the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity's report in 2020 on the Global Biodiversity Outlook, and a Nature article called Bending the Curve of Terrestrial Biodiversity. And you can see here where we are today. And if we continue in the way we're doing things, where we will be in the near future or in the future, on this downward curve. And if we just increase our conservation and restoration efforts, we make somewhat of an adjustment. However, according to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, if we transform our production and consumption systems through a circular and regenerative economy, we can turn it around and start regenerating nature again. And here it's looking at things like eliminating waste and pollution. And that this is also talking to better food loss and waste practices, eliminating the need for synthetic fertilizers, pesticides and such, circulating our products and materials to allow for room for biodiversity by less impact on our natural systems, by reducing our extractive things. But then this just, I'm not going to speak to this one. This just shows you what can be done through addressing climate change, looking at materials reduction, looking at agriculture importantly, and looking at reducing our plastic leakage to the ocean. The presentation, I'm sure, can be shared with everyone, so I will. I'm not going to go through this one in conclude. A circular economy, we need to look at the global context. Countries are changing what they want from their trading partners. We must be cognizant of this as a country as well. The European Union has released a new Green Deal, and it calls for trading partners to be more sustainable in their practices as well. It has also provided us an immediate opportunity to fast-track a post-COVID economic response. However, we have to develop the circular economy for our context and base it on evidence. Get the evidence before we draft a policy, in other words. Looking at decentralized systems, local solutions, shortening our value chains, in other words, local economic development. Our approach as Africans has to be unique and different to that of the EU and China and everywhere else. But it must be done in a collaborative manner. We can't do it as South Africa without Zimbabwe, Botswana, and our neighbors around us. It requires a systems change. The transition cannot be made if we operate in our established silos. We need to come together across the disciplines to look at how we change the system. It can contribute to a just transition if properly planned. It can improve on an inclusive economy. Also, as Africans, we need to tap into indigenous knowledge within our different countries and contexts, as this will provide us with different approaches that are unique to us. And I firmly believe that a transition to a circular economy will contribute to the SDGs, the NDCs, the resilience to water and energy and food security, but it will require that we work together as business, as labor, as government, and as citizens of the country. Just briefly, this is the team of people that I work with on this topic from the department.
Thank you very much, Henry. That's very, very interesting. Clearly, a lot of implications for reskilling and upskilling. We're handing straight over to Nondomiso, who's going to be sharing the slides, and either Nondomiso or Janita will be doing the presentation. Thank you so much, Henry.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think it was myself who will be presenting first and followed by Nondomiso. So can the colleagues share the slides on their side?
We are loading it now, Janita.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning to all of you who've taken the time to join in the National Skills Summit, which Rhodes University is coordinating. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this process as well. So I am not necessarily going to reiterate some of the points which Henry has very eloquently put across, especially with the conclusion.
Janita, I think your connectivity is unstable, so perhaps just switch your video off and we'll see if that works better.
Security or energy related matters regarding diversification in the country, as well as how it links to project financing and skill sets that are required in the country itself. I'm going to switch off my video so that we can just focus on the slides. Next, please. So internationally, if you're looking at the multilateral funding bodies that are available to developing countries to take advantage of, inclusive of the Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, as well as the Climate Innovation Investment Fund and the Clean Technology Fund. But these are just a few which have been listed. More specifically, they tend to target both mitigation as well as adaptation project financing. And it's a given that you would have a set number of criteria which need to be met in order to access the funding. Also, with regard to the portion of the pie, this differs from country to country, depending on whether you are a middle income country, a least developing country, etc. The access to funds also differ. Next, please. So I'm going to, in the interest of time, obviously move quite fast, but not with the intention to miss out on key points. So quickly going through the challenges, the key issues here, which have been time and again experienced, is access to these funds with regard to the application process becomes a bit frustrating because it is quite a long drawn process, tends to be unsuccessful at the end of the day, and requires quite a few tick box exercises as well to ensure that the support that is required in order to access the funds are in place. In many cases, you also have a requirement of co-financing. And I think the starting point would be understanding what exactly the criteria that have been put in place by the relevant funding body are before we tackle whether we apply for the funds or not. Secondly, not all funding institutions would finance all projects. There's, at a specific point in time, you would have certain finances that are required. So it basically takes us to the point of at what stage are we with regard to the project financing process, or at what stage is the program at wherein we need to tap into the relevant finances. So the appetite from these investors differs quite drastically. Next, please. So moving on to the enhancement of projects and what is required. This is key in demonstrating the meeting the criteria of the funder or in this case, and it takes into consideration what is the potential for scalability. Can we please move the slide? Thank you. So the first would be, as I mentioned earlier on, scalability. Secondly, the potential for transformation. Henry's been talking about climate resilience within the biodiversity, water adaptation space, but we need to move beyond resilience. We need to take into consideration how we actually transform our behavior as well. So projects as well should be transformative in that regard. Also, what would be the co-benefits emanating from the project? What's the potential for replication elsewhere as well? What would the necessary conducive environment be in order to replicate elsewhere? Who are the key stakeholders that are actually involved in this process? Is it just a once-off project, or are we looking at a program that has a long-term impact when implemented at scale? And I mentioned the project stage or the readiness. So this has to be taken into consideration. And this links then to the pipeline. Do we have this pipeline already in place that would ensure that the investors who are investing in the space are guaranteed on return on investment at the end of the day? Next, please. So when we start reflecting on the level at which the project is, you can also easily categorize them into low, medium, or high risk projects. And this also would determine to what extent we would actually attract the potential investor, because as I indicated earlier on, investors can come in at different stages of the program or the project, and not all of them will have the appetite for high-risk projects, for example. And most of the time with the high-risk projects, you'd have grant finances or venture capital actually being the predominant financing tools. Those projects that are at low risk, you tend to attract commercial banks, for example, who could put forward concessional loans at market-related or below market-related interest rates, which are attached to medium to long-term investments. And then the projects that have medium risks attached to it can attract loans. And then you have those institutions such as insurance schemes and pension funds who are in it for the long haul, and they may have the appetite for long-term financing of projects as well. So it's critical to target the project or the program application in accordance to the appetite of the financier, as I mentioned earlier on. So just to quickly wrap up on the finance and in the interest of time, the key take-home messages should be: at what stage is your project or your program, and what type of financing are you looking at? What is the risk category of the program or the project? Is there a proven track record attached to it? What is the appeal to the financier? Understanding the needs of the financier as well. And then at what stage is your project? So these are definitely key to how we actually access the finances. From experience on supporting institutions who have been applying to the Global Environment Facility or the Green Climate Fund, what we found is that you have to have a lead time of at least 2 to 3 years before you get to a point where you can have a full project document and be considered more positively or well placed in securing the finances. So can you please move the slide? Thanks. Moving on to the skill sets that are required, and this is very tightly linked to, I'm going to quickly mention the cross-cutting skill sets before I get into the sectors. What we've found from experience in managing programs is finance and being finance savvy has been a bit of a challenge when it comes to programs and project management. And we've seen it at SMME level as well. Business acumen skill sets has been lacking. Next slide, please. I seem to be talking ahead of the slides. Apologies for that. So on the cross-cutting skill sets, it would be having skill sets on finance, project management, as well as business acumen skills. And what we found, a fourth one that has been appearing most recently in working with SMMEs, we've found that they may need to brush up on their technical skill sets as well as knowledge. And in that regard, looking at the sectors, if we have to transition the sectors, either from a green economy perspective or circular economy perspective, especially with brownfield industry, we have to take into consideration whether we have the skill sets for a workforce that is ready to actually embrace the new jobs that may be coming online as well. And this relates to how does the energy mix actually play a role in all of this. We have to take into consideration the fact that that is the one of the input requirements or resources that we need in order to ensure that our economy is booming at some point. And therefore, the integrated resource plan, as well as the economic reconstruction recovery plan, has taken into consideration what is required from an embedded generation perspective and a provision thereof, as well as the decommissioning of coal-fired power plants, which happens between the medium to long term from a programmatic approach, which the DMRE will actually be pursuing. On adaptation, I'm going to actually skip it because Henry has spoken to a few of these points. It is key nonetheless, and we've noted from COVID-19 that developed countries have been pushing for nature-based solutions, noting that in developing countries, biodiversity and ecosystem services, as well as ecotourism and other nature-based solutions have already been in place. It's just a matter of ensuring that we continue with the good work that has been undertaken in this space. On infrastructure, the ERRP definitely talks to it. This is yet another area where we can bring those with low skill sets as well to be included in this particular area from a job security perspective. And then agriculture and agri-processing, looking at the value chain and the skill sets that are required. I'm going to skip the water and water efficiency technologies, which Henry would have alluded to earlier on. The same applies to circularity and waste management. And then ICT and connectivity. And this is what we've seen, which has been standing out when it comes to COVID-19 and all of us moving to virtual platforms. So these would be the key sectors where reskilling, upskilling, and the potential for new skills could actually come in. And what are we actually doing to address the skill sets? Last year, our Minister Creasy, launched the Driving Force for Change initiative. And we basically currently were busy with 13 beneficiaries who were awarded from last year's call for proposals under those thematic areas that are indicated: mitigation, adaptation, waste, as biodiversity and ecosystem services. So yet again, this year we put out a second call. And this time we targeted this call aiming at SMMEs to take advantage of it. We've identified 2 thematic areas under climate mitigation, 2 under adaptation, and then the cross-cutting being ecotourism. So at this point, let me stop here and allow Nondumisa to come in, because her input definitely dovetails with the work that we're currently undertaking. The closing date for the Driving Force for Change call for 2021 is the 15th of September. So those who are online and may qualify can easily take up this opportunity as well. So let me stop here and hand over to Nondumisa. Thank you.
Nondumisa, you're welcome.
Nondumisa, we can't hear your audio. Could you try unmuting or? Unfortunately, Nondumisa, we're not picking up any audio from your side.
I think she has just unmuted. Let's try again. Okay, there seems to be an issue on that side. So I wonder if we can, Nondumisa, try and come in a bit later. Oh, there we go. Your slides are moving now.
Chair, if I could suggest, if Nondumisa could log out and back in again, that sometimes fixes the microphone problems, and we go to the next speaker and she comes after.
Alternatively, Chair, I could speak on behalf of Nondumisa. She may be having connectivity problems.
I think let's follow Previn's advice and ask her to log out and log back in again. And if we can then hand over to Kate Phillip. So I'm very, very pleased that Kate is joining us. Kate, you're welcome to put your slides up. We're very pleased that she's joining us because she works in the Office of the President. And she is very, very involved with economic development and currently an advisor around the coordination, the design and the coordination of the presidential ecosystem employment stimulus. So Kate was involved with TIPS, whom we know, with GTAC, whom we know well, and now in the Office of the President. And I think very, very important information for all of us who are involved in the stimulus packages or wanting to be involved with those. So over to you, Kate, and thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me. It's saying that the host has disabled screen sharing, so you're going to need to fix that so that I can
Apologies,
share.
Kate. 1 second. There you go. You're ready to screen share now.
Great. Okay. Okay, so yes, I'm going to talk a bit about the presidential employment stimulus and where we are with that and the opportunities in that context. So we are here. These awful figures belong to us. We have unprecedented levels of unemployment, and our youth unemployment levels are particularly horrifying. So really for us, Building Back Better can't just be a slogan. We actually have to use this opportunity to do things differently. And that's what we're trying to do with the employment stimulus. We recognize that it is about seizing the moment of a crisis, seizing the opportunity of a crisis, to try to do things differently and use it as a sandbox so that we can learn how to get better results. I think just very briefly, and I'm sure I don't need to make these points on this call, but you know, work matters. Work matters to societies. It's not just an economic issue. It matters to the whole of society because of how we are all enmeshed in systems of work and economic contribution. So participation in work is a key part of the transition to adulthood in most societies. There is an expectation that as an adult you contribute in some way to the household, to the family, to the community, whatever forms those take. And when that transition can't take place, it has all kinds of negative social consequences, including negative psychosocial consequences. So the workplace and the marketplace for people who are self-employed provide access to networks beyond the family. Economic participation builds teamwork, mutual accountability, time management skills, creativity and management skills crucial across all of our society, along with the more formal recognized skills. It also does go along with respect, dignity, community recognition, and a sense of inclusion. We all know that unemployment erodes these skills and that those that have never been employed may not gain them. This has implications for our whole economy in the sense that losing these skills or having these skills eroded undermines productivity. And at the scale that we have unemployment, this becomes a systemic level issue. The psychosocial impacts of unemployment have huge social costs that absorb huge expenses. But the impacts on productivity and economic dynamism are often under-recognized because they impact on our economic dynamism at a systemic level. So we have to find ways to break this cycle. And that's where the employment stimulus comes in, and that's where it becomes important that as a society we recognize that when markets are unable to provide employment opportunities at the scale that the society actually needs, we need to use other forms of instrument. We need to use social instruments, and that includes public employment. And that is really the focus of the employment stimulus. It's supporting an ambitious public employment agenda. We've always had strong support for public employment in South Africa, but this is about saying, can we take this to greater scale? And recognizing that the incomes that are transferred are vital in the immediate poverty context and unemployment context, but they are also about supporting the wider economic recovery, because those incomes are spent directly in township and rural economies, and they directly support small enterprise and the informal sector, who have taken a battering in the context of the pandemic. This is a much more effective and efficient way of targeting this component of the private sector, if you like, than targeted mechanisms that pick winners and try to select individual small businesses or even individual informal entrepreneurs, which tends not to happen. So this is a highly effective mechanism of getting money out into the system and supporting layers of economic activity, starting at the very bottom, but trickling up into the wider economy from there. And in fact, we're currently being supported by the French Development Agency to do research that tracks the money, because we need more evidence on this. We need to be able to show more clearly how this form of public investment actually acts as a trigger supporting the economy as a whole. It's not just a relief measure, which is how it's often presented. It's kickstarting the engine that's needed to create sustainable jobs. So how have we done in the employment stimulus? It was announced in October last year, and in literally just 5 months, because most programs had to close at the end of the financial year, we were able to roll out over 500,000 jobs and opportunities. I think a feature of the stimulus as well is that although a strong component is public employment programs, we also took the approach that we need to support certain forms of vulnerable livelihoods with public funds as well. And I'll talk a bit to the form that took. So when we break this down, some of the highlights have included, many of you will be familiar with the schools program, nearly 320,000 young people employed as school assistants. And the amazing thing about this program was its level of spatial equity, because every community has schools. And so through this mechanism, we were able to reach literally every corner of the country, even in the most marginalized areas. An important program was the subsistence, the vouchers for subsistence farmers. And here, because of the pressures of time, DALRAD opted to use a USSD platform as the application mechanism. They were a bit anxious about doing this, as one would be. But in fact, what was remarkable is, again, that what we saw is that at a certain level, because it was a USSD platform, it didn't require smartphones, actually, it also was able to help transcend spatial distance. And even in the most remote areas, people were able to access it. In fact, 178,000 people applied on the platform in just a month. So this has now given the department the first geospatially referenced database of subsistence farmers. It's not something that existed before, and now we have it. And that makes a huge difference to the design and planning of support measures for pathways out of poverty. Another key program was in the creative sector. Some of you will have seen the press coverage around the National Arts Council, which was not so positive. That was a real pity. What happened there is that they were given 3 times their normal annual budget. And at some point in the management process, the wheels came off and they actually allocated more funding than their budget. And they then withdrew those awards and reissued them at lower amounts to come in under the budget. And that caused real difficulties for some of the grantees who'd already committed against the awards. But it also caused sit-ins in their offices and a lot of unhappiness in the sector. Despite that, over 40,000 people in the creative industries were supported. And what's been amazing is the National Film and Video Foundation, for example, issued over 200 awards for productions that include drone-based productions, animations, all kind of audiovisual productions that are now starting to roll off. Keep your eye open for the Presidential Employment Stimulus logo, because it's going to be on a lot of work that you're going to be seeing in terms of local content that has been created. Over 10,000 jobs were created in the global business services sector, because we recognize this is one sector that can grow in the pandemic and we must support it to do so. And then, of course, the environmental sector, and it's summarized here. And this picture, I have to note, is actually the DSI program, the Duzi Umgeni program. but over 25,000 people were supported in environmental programs. And you will all be very familiar with these programs, most of these within DEF, and they have a long-standing track record of public employment in this space. So those are some of the highlights from phase one of the stimulus. I'm going to focus just a little bit more on the schools program because I think it's got some fascinating lessons. I mean, really, DBE did an incredible job here. But one of the issues here is, one of our challenges as a country is how do you get to scale? So many of the proposals that we got as the presidency for the stimulus were for micro projects. And for us, anything under 1,000 people is a micro project. With our scale of unemployment, we have to build the institutional capacity to reach significant scale that actually dents those numbers. And what was amazing about the schools program is how institutionally schools provide a distributed institutional framework able to absorb large numbers of people. So per school, there were 10 to 20 school assistants. That's less than a 1-to-1 ratio per teachers. And so it wasn't unmanageable for the schools. In fact, they often wanted more people. And it was really able to be inserted into the schools in a way that operated as a support, not as a burden, not as a management burden. It also was able to absorb both skilled and unskilled workers. So for the teachers' assistants, graduates were prioritized and a lot of graduates applied and participated. But there was also unskilled work. So maintenance, food gardens, school security, those kinds of issues. So it was able to absorb both skilled and unskilled participants. And then, of course, we do have to focus on some of the innovation in this space. DSI supported the EnviroChamps program on the Duziumgeni River, and really important lessons have come out of that. And we have been able to get support for the second phase. In phase 2 of the stimulus, this program is scaling up. It still constitutes a micro program in our books, but we see huge potential here. And really the challenge here is how do we take lessons from things like catchment management across the DUCT program, across SANBI, across much of the work that DEF has done, but how do we really convert this to scale so that every catchment in the country has a catchment management system and is being supported. And the opportunity for local jobs in that is significant and for real added social value. So for us, this is a really important opportunity to look at how do we think about taking these programs to greater scale? And what are the opportunities for co-funding? Because yes, at the moment, we have this unique moment where we do have resources for public employment, but that moment will pass. And so how do we use this to do a proof of concept that then crowds in the kind of funding that could make this sustainable? So just in wrapping up, some of the key lessons that we learned in phase 1 was firstly, we need programmatic approaches to enable scale. It is the case that just 3 of the programs in the stimulus delivered the majority of the opportunities and the rest were in the micro project category. We need to learn to think at scale. We need to learn to design at scale. And we argue that scale requires programmatic approaches. What do we mean by that? We mean that the kind of approach where you add a few jobs here and you add a few jobs there to existing programs, we're never going to get to scale in that way. We need programs that are dedicatedly designed to deliver a particular outcome, like the school education program, and like we could do for catchment management, for example. We also learned a lot about innovation in delivery systems. I've mentioned this already, but several departments went digital and used mobile platforms, digital platforms, geospatial referencing, and we saw actually leapfrogging in terms of the use of these things because of the pressure of time and delivery, because these programs had to be delivered within the financial year, which was really hostile for timeframes and difficult to do, but with that positive outcome. And then something that we're really trying to emphasize, and we at loggerheads sometimes in the design process here, because the constant pressure is to cut program management costs. But what we're arguing is that management really matters. If we want to do these programs properly, if we want to get proper results, if we want to deliver qualitative outcomes, we need to invest in management. So often the failure of delivery and the failure of implementation is attributed to poor management. So invest in management as if it matters, because it does. So the focal areas for phase 2, which is about to be...
Kate, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, because what you're presenting is really important, but we do have 2 more speakers.
Okay, I'll wrap up.
And we need to wrap up at 10:30. Thank you. 11:30.
Okay. So phase 2 is about to be announced. I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kate. And yes, colleagues can hopefully follow up with you. That was absolutely amazing. The work that is being done there is very important. Kate, if you are happy for people to send you an email, if you could kindly put an email contact in the chat, that would really be very, very helpful. And I'm very sorry to have to cut you short. Everybody goes just a little bit over time and then it culminates. So next up is James Blinow, who is in actual fact one of the only environmental resource economists in South Africa. There was a bit of chat going on about how we really need more environmental resource economists. And here's one of them, and he's going to talk about, you can see that amazing topic over there. Thank you very much, James. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jurita. I appreciate. If I may ask the administrator to remove my slides there so that I can run it from this side and allow me the share screen rights, please.
1 second, James.
Because currently it's disabled.
Yes, we have to be extremely nimble because not everybody has the same requirements. You should be able to share now, James.
Yeah, that should be there. Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to share some ideas around the theme, the economics of restoration and then the restoration of economics, because those are the 2 sides of the coin that we are talking about today. About the degradation on the one side, the consequences thereof, and but in the end, we have to reflect on the fact that the system has become broken because of the economy that's broken, and therefore we need to restore the economics as well. So the 2 works as basically flip sides to the same coin. So I'm going to talk about 3 things, 3 thoughts, 3 ideas, and therefore the 3 quotes of yarn that you see there. The first is under the theme priceless, valuable, broken. And then the second theme is, or second thought, the second quote, restoration, yes, it pays. That's the economics of restoration. And then the third thought is then institutional failure, and hence the need to restore the economics. And I think the previous speakers have spoken quite at length also about the fact that in the end, it actually boils down to an institutional failure. So let's look at the first of these 3 quotes of yarn that I would like to present. So yes, we know that nature is absolutely priceless and beautiful, and it provides a myriad of services, and it is highly, highly valuable. But as a result of a numerous of activities over decades, even centuries, the ecosystems have become broken in many respects, many parts. And in the process, it is leaking life, it is leaking resources, it's leaking water, it's leaking carbon, nutrients, productive capacity, and jobs in the process. And in that context, it is actually putting entire systems at jeopardy and at risk. And hence the ecosystem decade of restoration that's been announced a couple of months ago, because of the urgent need to restore ecosystems in South Africa, but also globally. But I would like to focus the attention here that restoration is a matter of national security. Now, normally when we think about national security, we think about armies and military, which obviously it is. But the extended definition, therefore, thereof also refers to environmental security and natural resource security. And so to defend our nature and natural resources from further degradation and to restore is a matter of national security because of the fact that it leaks life, it leaks resources, it leaks job opportunities, it leaks productive capability. And therefore we have to rethink scarcity altogether. I'm going to read this quote. More and more, the complementary factor in short supply or the limiting factor is remaining natural capital, not man-made capital as it used to be. For example, populations of fish, not fishing boats, limit fish catch worldwide. The economic logic says to invest in the limiting factor. That logic has not changed, but the identity of the limiting factor has. And so we have to invest in natural capital. The restoration thereof, the protection thereof, the conservation thereof, the ability of natural capital to generate life and to support systems locally, nationally, and globally. So let me turn then to the second chord in terms of the fact that restoration, yes, it pays. So we have to interrogate this deeply and carefully, and I'm going to rush over this in about 2 or 3 slides because of time. But we've done a paper around this very question in terms of the economics of restoration in a review of 37 case studies, actual case studies, not hypothetical case studies, actual case studies where similar research techniques have been used. They're all peer-reviewed journals, and they all use similar type or benefit cost estimates. So they're highly comparable. And you can compare it either in terms of the ecosystem flow values, so what they do on an annual basis, or you then can capitalize it and say, what does it do as a stock? And we've done both, and I'm on the next slide only going to show the capitalized values. In other words, what's a foregone value of not restoring ecosystems over their respective lifetimes? And then you may ask, but what's the lifetime of an intact ecosystem? And the answer is into perpetuity, because it is into perpetuity that these ecosystems can provide ecosystem services, provided that they are managed well, and then calculated the net loss or then the net cost of that contribution of restoring or not restoring. We are in the process of updating this database with may I call it a monster database, which you can download from here. It is in Excel at the moment. We still have to analyze all the data, but the raw information is on that website that you can see there. It's in Excel format, covering about 250 different studies from all across South Africa. But analyzing the data from the 37 case studies reveals the following. You can either classify the 37 case studies in terms of the scale and type of restoration, or you can classify it in terms of the degradation type, or you can classify the 37 in terms of the security threat. Let me just consider these for the sake of time. So all 37 case studies analyzed, if we analyze it by security threat, food security, biodiversity security, water security, it renders an opportunity cost of not restoring a degraded landscape between 100 and 200,000 rand in terms of ecosystem value lost over the lifetime of that specific area. That's the loss that you have if you do not restore. And that is after taking into consideration the cost of actually investment in restoring it, the financial cost. So that is the difference. The added value that you then effectively get by restoring it would be then between 100 and 200,000 rand per hectare basis. Very notably that it is the water that is the highest value here. We gain the most in terms of water values by restoring degraded ecosystem. This data set of ours is part of a larger data set globally, and from all the different corners of the world, it clearly shows that when one is considering taking an ecosystem services approach, that restoration pays. It just needs to happen. So why does it not happen? Let's talk to the third chord of Jan in terms of institutional failure, or then the restoration of economics. So how can we achieve restoration at scale? Recording stopped, but I presume I must continue, Yureta.
Please continue, James. It will come back on again.
Okay. So restoration, how can we achieve the very question that Kate has alluded to and discussed so well in the previous talk, and the other speakers also contributed to? So what we have is we do have technical responses to degradation. There's a vast array of examples of how to restore degraded systems. The financial resources are available to actually commit to the restoration of degradation. Kate has mentioned that, the previous speakers have mentioned that. The human resources to commit to restoration, that is available as well. And part of this whole forum today is also around skill development, jobs and job creation. The human resources are there. The job creation and skill transfer options are available. So what's the problem? The problem is that there's an institutional disconnect between the solution, where the solutions are, and the resources. And therefore, we have to apply our minds in terms of addressing the institutional failure, or this disconnect between the solutions and where the resources are. And if we can overcome this institutional failure, we might have advanced tremendously in being able to have restoration at scales, jobs at scale, as well as the healing of a country at scale. Because in the end of the day, degradation is but a reflection of what is happening within a country at large, and the country requires healing. So how can that happen? 2 or 3 slides about that. Tremendous work has happened over the last couple of years. Yureta might be aware of it, that she and I had a lovely conversation one day on the Tsitsa River, and she asked, how can we mainstream or upscale restoration? And I've mentioned to her, we need to get it onto the balance sheets of companies. Just happened so that in about a year thereafter, the International Accounting Standards Board, that's the profession that governs accounting and how accounting is done by companies globally, changed the definition of what an asset is. Currently, the definition of what an asset is in accounting as the subject discipline is: an asset is a present economic resource controlled by the entity as a result of a past event. That implies that if there's a past event is restoration, and it's under the control of an entity, which is a legal entity or a recognized statutory body, and it has managing over a economic resource, then that investment can be considered an asset. And so when you start to invest in natural capital, start to invest in restoration, and you do it appropriately, correctly, then that investment is no longer a cost item. It doesn't go to the expenditure sheet or the expense item of a company or an entity, but it can actually go towards value enhancement and the broadening of the asset base. Expanded on that in a paper that of 2 years ago. Not going to go into the details thereof, but this definition and the implications thereof has got vast implications also for the equitable share and how money is distributed from Treasury to the various different municipalities. So what is required is a co-funding mechanism to enable collaborative management agreements, blended finance, payment for ecosystem systems, food security, job creation, etc. And by being able to work towards a co-funding mechanism, what will happen is that I'm giving a graph relevant to agriculture, but it is relevant to many other situations in terms of the degradation space, is that you normally have a downward spiral in terms of the value of ecosystem services in a specific area. But if you want to restore it, there is an initial cost thereof. they have to spend money to fix the system. But then there's the later benefits. And this is what then becomes available in one or other co-funding and also co-benefit sharing model, and which where the institutional solutions become so powerful. I mean, we've already even referred to the Dasgupta report, many other reports that have been published this year that says what we're about, ecosystem restoration, the decade of restoration, is ESG approved, and it is the flavor of the month. It just needs to happen, given and unlock those institutional blockages. So basically the final slide, what the collaborative management agreement entail, which is the new kid on the block, it is replacing as a concept the traditional PPPs or public-private partnerships. Collaborative management agreements includes public and private sector, but it also includes private and civil society and private. It's broader than just a PPP. Is to overcome the institutional challenge through a collaborative management agreement involving a variety of different types of stakeholders. As an example, obviously not prescriptive, but as an example, a system where the government pays for jobs, where the private sector pays for operations, where an ESG investor pays for investment, and the commercial interests like pension funds, insurance companies, etc., which has been mentioned before, can work together towards a restoration action that yields then jobs, income, and food. And in the outfit where I'm very much involved, restoreafrica.com, where you can have a look at, but basically put together a framework of this nature in order to facilitate skills, job, income, food, and then restoration, focusing specifically on the agricultural sector. So by fixing the institutional problem, creating restoration-related jobs, paying people, we can render the valuable priceless. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, James. And there are some comments for you in the chat. I feel that the various presentations are cohering very well and giving us different dimensions of this very, very important story. I'm really sorry that I have to push the presenters in such a way because they are giving us golden nuggets. Mao, are you available to come in? We'll take Mao for the next 5 minutes. So I'm sorry, we're running over time a little bit. And then we're going to start looking at the breakaway groups. I also want to bring your attention to the chat where Nondumiso has shared her notes, and also a link that you could follow to go and read up more about her work with GIZ. Mao, lovely to see you. Over to you.
Everyone, Eureka, and it's good to see so many familiar faces in this space. It's really a pleasure to be here on your invitation to speak about the regional dynamics and post-COVID recovery. Just as a very brief by way of introduction, the African Center is a think tank that is based here in Cape Town, but we work across the region. Oftentimes we get mistaken for a governmental entity, but we're not. We're a non-profit research and capacity building organization. And I run this outfit out of Cape Town, but we work across the region. So if I may just go quickly into the remarks that I have prepared for this session, I think we all acknowledge, and the previous speakers have all spoken to the challenge around COVID that has been posed to the region, and James clearly outlined the challenges around the institutional failures that is not allowing restoration, for example, to happen. And there's no better example of the demonstration in terms of the kind of vulnerabilities that our institutional setups face, more than what the pandemic was able to uncover. Healthcare systems, social protection was very precarious. Education sector, there are many countries in this region that still kids are not going to school. Value chains were disrupted. The financial markets were all disrupted. So the impact of COVID on the region has been quite significant. And also what is important is that it exposed the close links between biodiversity degradation and obviously, on the one hand, the transmission of infectious diseases, because it's a zoonotic disease that the virus, but also more importantly, the notion that a lot of countries and communities in Africa are very intricately linked to our ecosystems, to natural capital. And so any of those disruptions have got significant implications on human well-being, on people's health, and so on. And obviously, you would think that from a response perspective, we would need to be much more strategic and take almost a systems approach so that we can be able to address some of these challenges that have been uncovered as a result of COVID. Unfortunately, obviously, because of the resource scarcity issues, most African countries, and at least in the region, the focus has really been more on the emergency type response and on the short-term mechanisms that are to recover many of these economies. And unfortunately, there's not really much strategic long-term interventions. There are very few that really look at the idea of a green recovery and recovery better, considering that a lot of these economies are very much linked to natural resources. You would expect that would really be what our leaders would be pushing for. But obviously, we don't need to talk about some of the challenges that have arisen in terms of corruption and so on and so on. But I do think that there's really a significant opportunity in this space, particularly that the COVID challenge has highlighted the importance of this environmental sector and the role that the natural environment plays in driving the mainstream economy. So whether you're thinking about understanding value chains and fixing using mechanisms like the circular economy that Henry earlier talked about, or being very practical on the ground through restoration mechanisms, I think the opportunity is now. But really, ultimately, is can we be able to unlock the financing that is required? Because talk is cheap. You can put up all these ideas and so on, but if we can't mobilize the financing in the right amount, and so we'll never be able to move these conversations forward. And I mean, Janita talked quite a lot about those issues around financing mechanism. Our observation in the work that we're currently doing for the Southern Africa Climate Finance Partnership and other entities is that there's quite a lot of interest in the region around climate finance, and it's starting to flow into the region as well. There's interest in the development banks, particularly in relation to getting accreditation to the Green Climate Fund. There's interest in these financial institutions trying to develop their in-house capacity to understand how can they essentially tap into the opportunities that are within the climate finance space. I would say there's a lot of opportunities, and I think that really we need to capitalize on them to move these conversations forward. The last point I would like to make is that from a skills perspective, I do see a disjuncture between where the skills are, particularly from an environmental perspective, and where they are needed. You engage a lot with institutions from the finance. A lot of the environmental skills center, unfortunately, is still sitting in the public sector space, in academia, and so on. Yet the real opportunities are on the other side of essentially, if you like to see the value chain, with private sector, with the investors, and so on. There's very little that's happening there. So for me, if we're going to really be transformative in this sector, how do we connect those dots? How do we ensure that these different sectors are speaking to each other so that we have people with environmental degrees working in private equity space, working with the development banks, and so we need to embed those skills there, because then these issues can be championed from basically within. And my last parting comment is based on a report that was recently produced by the World Economic Forum. They basically posit that the opportunities for the future lie in three broader areas. One is the idea of protecting our environmental boundaries, which is restoration, access to cleaner energy, electric vehicles, and so on, which is the kind of space that we're in. The second opportunity is around protecting humanity, and that is the fact that recognizing that climate change is going to be very persistent. These kinds of pandemics will also increase. So there is an opportunity there to how do we protect humanity through developing things like vaccines, through putting in social protection measures, so that when these future pandemics come, we are more prepared for. And then the third area where they reckon there is real, where the opportunities are, is around knowledge generation, which is particularly linked to innovations like, for example, artificial intelligence. How do we use mechanisms like artificial intelligence to solve some of the systemic challenges that we have experienced within in society and so on? But unfortunately, we don't often see this cross sharing of ideas and so on. We don't have environmental engineers in the room. We don't have business people in the room and so on. Then what ends up happening is that groups operate in silos and so on. So for me, the challenge within this community is how do we then bring other actors from outside this space? Because the problems we're dealing with are wicked. They cannot be dealt with in isolation. They have to be the response has to be very strategic and collective action and cross-sector and that kind of thing. I would like to end here. Thank you so much for the opportunity once again. Hope to share with you more in future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mao. And yes, I share your sentiment there. I hope we will also work together more and more in future. I've put some really important points from Henry and Nondumiso in the chat. Colleagues, there are many opportunities to follow up. Use the next hour to start working with these ideas in relation to the syndicates and the proposals that the syndicates have come up with. So I would like to hand over to the technical team now to advise us into how we're going to go into our breakaway groups. So just to recap what the program looks like for this afternoon or for this next session now, between now and the lunch break, and we will have a lunch break between 1 and 2, and then we'll be back very promptly at 2 o'clock because this afternoon is another bumper program. So we'll have just over an hour if we go until 1 o'clock for the workshops. There will be, I will hand over to Previn to explain how this is going to work. It's essentially your choice to which of the syndicates you go. Not all of you are involved in the biodiversity human capital development strategy review and syndicates. We appreciate that. Nonetheless, it would be really, really nice if you could join one of the syndicates and contribute. Even if your field is not necessarily biodiversity, you can still, of course, contribute. In fact, that's one of the things that we want to do, is to work across the boundaries of disciplines and sectors, exactly as Mao has indicated we need to do. So please join any of the syndicates that you are interested in, and we'll see you in one of those syndicate rooms. I'm handing over to Previn.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I am opening up the breakout rooms now, and there's an option for you to join whichever room you feel most closely resonating with. Therefore, and each room has its own facilitator. Syndicate 1, Access and Supply, is Karen Vickers. Syndicate 2, Organizational Strengthening, is Dr. Sendaravan. Syndicate 3, Scarce Skills, Genevieve da Silva. Syndicate 4 is Prof. Sabola. Syndicate 5 is Vivian Malema and Thomas Matiba, and Syndicate 6 is Deshni Pillay. All of these facilitators have already been assigned. The rooms are now open, so you can start joining whichever room that you would like to join, and then you can continue as we suggested in the program till 1. Once 1 o'clock, you have the choice of leaving the platform. The rooms will still be open, or staying on the platform and having your lunch away from your computer, hopefully. And after that, when you come back, the rooms will still be open. This main session, main room, which is now, will be devoted to the NRF Communities of Practice Colloquium, and the breakout rooms will still be running. So if you go out and come back in, you still have the option to join into the breakout rooms again. Okay, so I wish you a very happy session of discussion and workshopping, and we will see you back here either in the syndicates or in the breakout rooms. If you're having any problems, please just raise your hands for help, and we will float around and assist you. Thank you.
Shaven,
Yes, Glenda.
I'm sorry, are you in a
cannot-
group?
No. This is the main room.
Yeah, so my sharing capacity is disabled in the breakout room.
Okay. Yes, we're gonna try to sort that out now.
Okay.
Malachi will come in and hopefully make you a co-host. So
Okay.
yes, we'll be with you in a minute.
Okay.
To the rest who are unassigned, if you look at the top of the syndicates, there is a blue link which says join. So click on that to join any of the syndicates, and you'll be able to join them. Otherwise, put your say in the chat which group you'd like to go to, and I can move you to a specific group.
So Glenda, can you guys go ahead? I co-host.
Hi, Lindy. Okay, I'll put you into coordination. Just hold on 1 second.
Thanks very much.
So Previn,
Glenda, I'm
I'm
gonna
with
have
you
to make
now.
you. Yes, I'm gonna have to make you co-host here and then send you back. It doesn't seem to give me another
Okay.
option to do it.
Okay,
Let's
sure.
see. Okay, co-host now, and then let me see if I can send you back.
Yeah, I can also just choose to go.
Can you choose? Can you try to join? Yes, please join, and then that should be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
great.
you.
Cool. Okay, now who else was asking for help?
Yeah, Bangani, can you help me join Syndicate 2, please?
Syndicate 2, Bangani, yes. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, can you go, Malecha, can you go to
Great. Okay. Can you go into? Okay. Okay, Tammy, thanks for joining back. I'm going to make you co-host now and sending you back to group 6, right?
That's correct. Thanks very much.
Okay, pleasure.
Evan?
Yes, Prof. Sabola, I see you now.
Yes, thanks. I had problems sharing my screen, and I was requested to get out of it.
Yes, I'm gonna make you co-host now. Tammy, are you able to join Syndicate 6 on your own without me assigning you?
That's fine. I'll do that. Thanks for your help.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Sabola, you are now co-host. Can you join, which group were you in? Group 3?
4.
Group 4. Would you be able to rejoin? Group 4, yes. Okay, so as co-host now, you'll be able to share screen. Can you rejoin group 4 now? Just click join on that Syndicate 4. Do you see it, Prof?
Yes, I'm joining now.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so sorry, I don't know. I did not mute everybody.
Sorry, Prev, did you notice in the
Yes.
chat Gary and Lindy?
Yes, Gary and Lindy.
Yeah. Gary wants to go to scarce skills.
Gary wants to go to scarce skills. Lindy is already assigned her.
Okay, then just Gary. 21487.
If you wouldn't mind.
Of course, I don't mind. Okay, so Gary, do you want to go to scarce skills? That's group 3,
please.
right?
Yes, please.
Okay. On your way. Please click accept. So we still have 14 people in this main session here. Please let me know if you're finding it difficult to go to any group, and I can assign you. I'm just stepping out into group 2 just to see if they're okay. Okay, I am ready to assist. Anybody else who needs to go to a different group? Please note there's nothing happening in the main session now. Hi, Shanu. Hi, Shanu. I can't hear you.
Oh, hi guys, I'm back.
Hi. Okay, excellent. I'm going to make you co-host. There, I've made you co-host now. So let's see. Are you here with me? So what you need to do now is rejoin your group, which was group 1, and that you should be good to go with sharing
Okay,
screen now.
thank you. Bye.
Pleasure. Bye. Yeah, you can participate. Okay. I'm assigning everyone else who's not. Greetings, Vanessa. How are you? Hi, Celine. Which group would you like to go to?
sodwa ngoba kade madoda sabulalana sodwa washona punembeza sabulalana sodwa washona punembeza sabulalana sodwa washona punembeza sibulalana sodwa washona punembeza sabulalana sodwa.
Colleagues, if any of you would like to move to any of the breakout rooms, please let us know and we're able to assist you.
Go Alice.
The world is full of strange behavior. Every man has to be his own savior. I know I can make it on my own if I try, but I'm searching for a great heart to stand me by underneath the African sky. A great heart to stand me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart to hold and keep me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart under African skies. Sometimes I feel that you really know me. Sometimes there's so much you can show me. There's a highway of stars across the heavens. There's a whispering song of the wind in the grass. There's a rolling thunder across the savannah. A hope and a dream at the edge of the sky. And your life is a story like the wind. Your life is a story like the wind. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart to hold and stand me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart under African skies. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart. I see the fire in your eyes. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart rock revolving around a golden sun. We are a billion children rolled into one. So when I hear about the hole in the sky, salt water wells in my eyes. We climb the highest mountain, we'll make the desert bloom. We're so ingenious we can walk on the moon. But when I hear of how the forests have died, salt water wells in my eyes. I have lived for love, but now that's not enough. For the world I love is dying, and now I'm crying. And time is not a friend, because friends we're out of time, and it's slowly passing by, right before our eyes. We like the deepest oceans, send photographs of Mars. We're so enchanted by how clever we are. Why should one baby feel so hungry she cried? Salt water wells in my eyes.
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. I will try not to sing out of key. Yeah. Oh, baby, how you like? All I need is my brother. I say I'm gonna get high. Oh, yeah. What do I do when my love is away? Does it worry you to be alone? No, no. How do I feel at the end of the day? Are you sad 'cause you're on your own? I tell you, don't even say it no more. How will you help when I'm free? Gonna get down and I'm free. How will you help when I'm free? I'm gonna try. How will you help when I'm free? Keep on getting down. certain it happens all the time, yeah.
What do you see when you turn out the light?
I can't tell you, but it sure feels like madness. Don't you know I'm gonna make it with my friends? I promised myself I'd get back. Said I'm gonna try it with them too.
It's a magic number. Yes, it is. It's a magic number. Because 2 times 3 is 6. And 3 times 6 is 18. And the 18th letter in the alphabet is R. Yeah. We got 3 R's we're gonna talk about today. We gotta learn to reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Well, if you're going to the market to buy some juice, you gotta bring your own bags and you learn to reduce your waste. We gotta learn to reduce. And if your brother or your sister's got some cool clothes, you could try them on before you buy some more of those. Reuse. We gotta learn to reuse. And if the first 2 R's don't work out, and if you gotta make some trash, well, don't throw it out. Recycle. We gotta learn to recycle. We gotta learn to reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Because 3, it's a magic number. Yes, it is. It's a magic number.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Hear the drums echoing tonight, and she hears only whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. Her moonlit wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never had.
Oh, Toddy, what shall we do? Sins and John.
What shall we do?
Toddy, what shall we do? Sins and John.
What shall we do?
Oh, Toddy, what shall we do? Sins and John.
What shall we do?
Yeah, Toddy, what shall we do? Sins and John.
What shall we do?
Zvino rwadza sei kurera rufu mumawoko.
Bata rufumo mawoko. Vaja babata bambore pasina rarambo.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to our afternoon session. If I can say the grand finale of the National Environmental Skills Summit 2021. I'm very pleased to see that there are 60 plus of us on the platform, and I would like to start straight away and welcoming all of you to this session. Our first speaker for this afternoon.
Sorry,
first, I need
Prof.
to yes, Previn, let's do the technicalities first.
Okay, thank you. It's just that we have recreated the breakaway room now as the BHCDS workshop. So I'm now opening that room. So anybody who's involved in that workshop can proceed there, and Prof, you can tell them the rest, I think.
So I think, Previn, it would be worthwhile just explaining once more exactly what the procedure is for moving into the breakaway room. And I will just confirm that the breakaway room is for the syndicates. So all 6 syndicates will now come together in the breakaway room, whereas the members of the NRF COP community will stay in this room. You don't need to move anywhere. So we'll just give a few moments for the syndicates to move into one single plenary breakaway room for the syndicates. If anybody is unclear, please raise a hand. Sorry, Previn, come in.
Also, if you can see, you'll see the room is titled BHCDS Workshop. Just go next to it, you'll see a blue writing says join, just join there. And all of your previous facilitators will still be co-hosts, so you can still share in that room. I see Glenda has a hand up. Can you come in, Glenda? Okay, good.
Glenda, we're not hearing you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe it was a good thing. I was saying that because you made me co-host in the previous session, I don't have an option to move to a breakaway room. I'm just, I've got the option to open all rooms, to add a room, to recreate.
Ah, okay. So what I can do is just send all the co-hosts from the last session into the breakaway room. Will that be possible?
Probably
okay.
best.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah, I'm in the same situation there.
Okay, so in the interest of time, colleagues, because we have a very, very packed afternoon, Glenda, you can lower your hand, otherwise you make me nervous. In the interest of time, I'm going to start the proceedings for the NRF COP. And if colleagues, you could just put into the chat any requests to the technical team, they will assist you very, very swiftly, as they have managed to do over the last 2 days. So just bear with them, and they will certainly over the next few minutes make sure that you are in the right place.
Thank you, Prof. And I've just opened the rooms now. I see it wasn't open previously, so apologies for that. The room is open now, so you can start making your way through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Previn and Maleche, our technical team, very, very ably giving us directions there. So those of us who stay behind now are the members of the NRF Community of Practice. Our colloquium this afternoon, which is the second part of our colloquium, is focused on water ecosystems and landscapes, social learning, and skills implications. And the SACHI chair, Professor Haila Lotse-Sitka, who heads up this community of practice, will be giving us an introduction to the green skills learning pathways, after which our colleagues from all the different participating universities will each have an opportunity to share their exciting work around social learning and sustainable development with us in some very short presentations. We're looking forward to those. They're just giving us a glimpse of the wonderful work that is happening in this community of practice. But our first guest is Dr. Makobetsa Kati, who is joining us from the NRF. Now, Makobetsa is a person with a medical background and a background in molecular biology, but we also know him as a board member of the Green Matter program. And of course, he's the executive director of the program in the NRF that houses the research chairs and the centers of excellence. So he's a very, very special friend of our community, and we're exceptionally fortunate that he's joining us today, straight after a refreshing holiday, I hope. And we look forward to hearing his opening address, which will speak to us about sustainable development and learning. Makobetsa, you want to share your slides. So I'm hoping that either Maleche or Previn is not too busy to make you a co-host. Fantastic. Over to you, and you are so very welcome. We're really honored and privileged to have you joining us today.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was hoping that I'll be able, because I see someone already has shared the slide from that end, but I'd hope that I will be given the ability to share from this side so that I can control the presentation.
Yes, we'll make you co-host.
Yeah, but I'm disabled for now. I cannot share.
Done. It's done.
It's done. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, thank you, colleagues. In the interest of preserving the bandwidth and also preserving the environment by reducing the carbon footprint and house emissions, I will not activate my video. But I hope you are able to see and hear me clearly. I was given a latitude to choose a topic for this address. And accordingly, I saw it fit to align with the summit and the community of practice to choose the title of Sustainable Development through Education. So what is sustainable development? According to the Bratland report, which was led by the former Norwegian Prime Minister Harlem Bratland as chair of the World Commission on Environment and Development in 1987, the Bratland report, by the way, is also called Our Common Future. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It hinges on 5 P's that complete the cycle. It hinges on people, the ability to end poverty and hunger in all forms and ensure dignity and equality. It hinges on prosperity to ensure prosperous and fulfilling lives in harmony with nature. It also hinges on peace to foster peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. It's also predicated upon partnerships that implement the agenda through a solid global partnerships, as well as preserving the environment or the planet, to protect our planet's natural resources and climate so that we can be able to support future generations. And now, the second question that I ask is, what is education? So I decided to conjure up a composite definition of education, which is a result of my personal experiences through life and interaction with other learned colleagues. And for me, I subscribe to the definition that through education, it's not just about training the mind alone. It is also about the whole personality and character. It is about how well we interact with another as people and how well we interact with the environment or the planet, so to speak. Education is about prosperity, peace, and partnerships, and ending all forms of poverty. If you like, education is sustainable development, and it also hinges on the 5 pillars, the 5 P's that sustainable development hinges on. In the tail end of my definition of education, I say education is also about ending all forms of poverty. Now, what is poverty? Poverty is an antithesis of education. And this is the word cloud of poverty. And according to the UNDP definition, poverty is more than income poverty. It is a denial of choices and opportunities for living a tolerable life. In this sense, it is denial of human rights itself. And our erstwhile president, Mandela, posits that overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. And what are the basic global needs for sustainable development? Of course, we are all aware and familiar with the 17 SDGs. And those are the basic needs for sustainable development. The end to poverty, zero hunger, clean water and sanitation, good health and well-being, affordable and clean energy, and so on. And when we bring it closer to home, what are the national imperatives that are aligned to the SDGs? We all know about our Vision 2030, NDP, which is a blueprint for how we envision South Africa in the next 10 years or so. And the 13 goals of NDP, if you superimpose them to the SDG, you will clearly see that there is an alignment. In fact, the SDG subsumes all the 13 goals of the NDP. An NDP vision is a vision for South Africa where opportunities is determined not by birth, but by ability, education, and hard work. There has been evolution of the sustainable developmental models. First question is having financial sustainability, is it sufficient? The bottom line, what is called as the single bottom line. And the answer is a resounding no. Financial sustainability in itself is not sufficient for sustainable development. You can have all the money, but if you don't have other things, it's as good as having nothing. And it evolves into the triple bottom line, which is the people, the planet, and of course, profit. which was proposed by Elkin team in 1994. And since then, other people, yes, they do believe that if you fulfill all the 3 Ps, then you maybe, others say no, you are not yet sustainable. And then there has since been an evolution towards the 5 capital models. So in addition to the 3 Ps, there is a social capital and manufactured capital. And this is indeed, if you have all the 5 capitals, then definitely yes, chances are that you will be sustainable. And this is what we call the natural step model. And this is a cartoon or a picture of how the 5 capital model as a framework for sustainable development looks like. And I will unpack them each in the next slide. We have the natural capital, which is in the form of your land, your sea, air, vegetation, ecological system, and it flows through food, water, energy, waste, and climate. And the human capital is through knowledge, skills, health, motivation, and spiritual age. And it flows through happiness, creativity, innovation, energy, and participation. And we have an equally important capital, the social capital, which is around families, communities, organizations, governance, and schools. And the manufactured capital is your infrastructure, your homes, your buildings, and assets. And of course, you all know about the financial capital, which is basically your money and bonds, and it's a means of valuing or owning or exchanging other capitals. Now, my favorite is the human capital, which is through education a way out of poverty and a way to sustainable development. And the human capital approach recognizes that education is not only a means of development, but it's development itself. Thus, the lack of education constitutes not just a cause of poverty, but it's poverty itself. Investment in education leads to formation of human capital, which is an important economic factor for economic growth. Knowledge imparted through education increases productivity of people and therefore their earnings. It also helps fulfill other needs or capitals and improve the quality of life. The standard of living and quality of life it helped to be developed, among others, by education. And now in the slides, I'm showing a relationship. It's almost a directly proportional relationship between education and sustainable development. On your x-axis, I hope it shows, it doesn't show as well on my slide. On the x-axis, you have the level of education, and on the y, it's level of socioeconomic status. So if you plot it, it follows almost a sigmoid curve. So the higher your level of education, the higher your socioeconomic status. In fact, in other countries, I lived in the UK for more than 10 years. And your level of socioeconomic status is not in terms of how much money you have. It's by your level of education. But of course, up to a certain limit. So you can see it plateaus. For example, if you assume that PhD is the terminal degree, if you have a PhD, maybe you end somewhere here. But if you have the second or third PhD, it will surely increase your knowledge, but it will not significantly increase your earning power. So education in itself, it imparts skills and knowledge, which in turn makes somebody to be employable or to create employment. And then through employment, there's productivity of goods and other needs. And of course, eventually we are rewarded through earning. And then if you have money, you can then, for future generations, educate more. And this becomes a virtuous cycle as opposed to vicious cycle. And here I've just shown a slide that shows that indeed this is data that I got from the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the USA. I also have the South African data, which I'll share with you. I'll superimpose this slide on top of this. So this slide shows that, for example, that if you have, basically it shows the relationship between the level of education, unemployment rate, and your earnings. So you can clearly see on average in the US, for people who have a doctoral degree, the employment rate is around 2.5, and they earn about $1,885 per week. So if you convert that at an exchange rate of 14.2, which is what I did yesterday, that is an equivalent of about 107,000 per month. And if you compare, of course, America is not an unequal society like South Africa. You will see when I present South African data that there is a huge disparity or inequality between somebody who doesn't have a high school education and people who have a doctoral degree. There's a huge discrepancy. Like, for example, in the US, you will see that somebody who does not have a high school diploma, they can still earn up to $619 per week, which is an equivalent of about 35,000 per month, 35,000 rands per month. And you see the median employment rate is 7.1 in the US. But for those people without a high school diploma, it's higher at about 11.7. And this is, by the way, a fairly recent data. It's data that was published at the end of last year. So you can clearly see that there is indeed a relationship between education, earning, and unemployment or employment rate. So if you look at South African data, this is what I was talking about. For example, like if you just go backward, you see that somebody with a PhD on average, they earn 3 times more at most than somebody who doesn't have a PhD. Whereas in South Africa, that can be up to 10 times more. These are entry-level salaries. And this is the net income. So somebody with a high school education, matric, they will earn just around, on average. And of course, this depends on your location or job title, but on average, it's about 12,000 per month. And if you have a diploma, you increase that by 17%. And with a degree, it gets increased on average by 24%, 29% with a master's degree, and another 20, it's cumulative by 23. So the entry level of somebody with a PhD on average is about 27 to 30,000 per month. And this is data from the quarterly labor force survey, which was published at the end of the quarter 2 in 2021, this year. I think it was in July. And from Stats SA. So here again, very much similar trends with the US data, except that, of course, for us in South Africa, it's much higher. Do you remember the unemployment rate at the US on average is about 7.2? Whereas here in South Africa, we hear about this all the time on radio. We're sitting at about 34.4%. But if you have a degree, a bachelor's degree, you are 23.4%. That is, the employment rate is 23.4% less. It's at about 11% compared to 39, almost 40% to somebody who does not have a matric. So again, this is a compelling evidence that shows that education pays. While the inverse relationship between education and poverty is not an ironclad equilibrium, that cannot be broken. Poverty is predominant among the illiterate, and it is almost non-existent phenomenon among the educated household. There is no well-educated literate population that is poor. And there is no illiterate population that is other than poor. And this again shows that education pays. Education provides knowledge, and we all know that knowledge is power. It contributes to development directly because of its relevance to the well-being and freedom of people, indirectly through influencing social change, indirectly through influencing economic production, and education is the empowering experience for all. And what the poor needs the most is empowerment. Education, just to underscore and reiterate, is not only for empowerment, it is empowerment. So now I feel I didn't quite want to talk much about the NRF because I wanted this to be more aligned to the summit and the COP. But just to show you a snapshot of how the NRF investment strategy is aligned to national level of education and contribution to sustainable development. This slide is a little bit outdated, but the trends have not changed because our income has been more or less the same over the last few years, including the current financial year that we're in. So you can see that this is the amount of money we're contributing about currently just about $1 billion or so towards supporting students, either in the form of your such-linked bursary or fixed bursaries across all disciplines. And the emerging researchers, it's quite small, but it has changed because we have reprioritized some of the money that was earmarked previously for incentive funding for rated and unrated researchers. So we have used that money to support emerging researchers. But still, the bulk of the money goes towards supporting what we call strategic investments, your long-term investments in the form of the Sachi Chair. Helen is a beneficiary, the COP is a beneficiary from this funding, that is from the Sachi Chair, as well as the Centers of Excellence. And as you see from this slide, the bulk of our budget, this is a more up-to-date, and this is actually our actual. The bulk of our budget goes towards, this is the blue seat goes towards supporting research grants as well as bursaries for students. And it does not increase that much. We are a 4 billion organization. And with the budget cuts and all that, unfortunately, we just cannot do more with the little money that we have. But we have to be creative and ensure that it goes a long way through partnership. This is the money that comes predominantly from the Department of Science and Innovation. And most of it is ring-fenced, about 80%. You only have 20% latitude to use the money as you deem fit, but otherwise it is ring-fenced. And we have seen to go on to leverage additional funding through partnerships such as Nedbank, South African Cities Network, the First Rand Foundation, and also through international bilaterals. We have bilateral chairs with Sweden, Switzerland, the UK, and so on. So that's how we're increasing our budget pool. And I thought I should just give you a take-home message. And the take-home message is that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world, as Mandela eloquently put it. And I will stop here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kati. That was very powerful and very inspiring. I've never thought of the fact that in actual fact, education is sustainable development. You've put it so well. Thank you very much. And I hope we will have opportunity to engage with you in the rest of the afternoon. I really hope that you can stay and hear some of the presentations in this community of practice where you as the NRF are actually supporting knowledge generation and education. You will hear from our postdocs, from our doctoral students. But first up, I would like to welcome distinguished Professor Heila Lotz-Sitka, who is the Saatchi Chair in Global Change and Social Learning here at Rhodes University. She's also many other things. I won't go into details because we're very pressed for time. She's going to talk about green skills learning pathways. Over to you, Heila.
Thank you very much, Yurita. I'll just quickly show to say that I'm here and it's lovely to see everybody. And thank you so much, Dr. Kati, for such a wonderful opening. I think you've said everything that was necessary for the background to my presentation. So this is very synergistic. I'm going to just try to share my screen and I'll also put my video off just for bandwidth and helping those that are struggling with data costs. So one thing we've learned during this pandemic is just how precious data is in terms of, and how expensive it is. So I'm going to just share sort of an overview presentation of some of the research that has been occurring in the Saatchi Chair, which is our focus is transformative social learning and green skills learning pathways. And it's really research that also opens up and links into this, the NRF community of practice, which we established, as we were said yesterday, Dr. Kati, just after the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. We started in April last year and we had lockdown in March. So in fact, as a group of people, we haven't met physically in person yet, but we've been able to make progress online like pretty much everybody else has been doing. So I'm going to talk about green skills learning pathways and to just say that, 30 years of research here at Rhodes University in the Environmental Learning Research Center has taught us one thing, and that is that a green skills learning pathway is blue and it's brown and it's orange and it's red and it's muddy and it's still information. And when I talk about the green skills learning pathway, I'm talking about green skills in its broadest sense, which is capability for engaging environment and sustainability concerns in society. And I think we're all very much aware that this skills that we're talking about here is skills that, supports things like waste management, as well as the blue economy emergence, as well as the climate action pathways, as well as the biodiversity that we were listening to this morning, and many other dimensions. And the red really is linked to the issue of, the really red hot mess that we kind of in with the implications of climate change. So in such a context, green skills is really a very important notion, and the learning pathways is what we've been focusing on. And just to say that South Africa as a whole has been on one big green skills learning pathway as we've been trying to develop the green skills system in South Africa. Just want to try to change. Okay, I've got rid of these. And as the government emerged, in the early 1990s, we started working with the environment policy system. And early in 1995, we were able to include a principle in the white paper on education and training that environmental education should actually be included. And that, of course, is linked to the ANC's policies and histories of environmental and land use and change of control of resources and so on. So there's a long history to all of this work, including the early expanded public works programs that Minister Asmal set in place, the World Summit on Sustainable Development in the year 2002, and of course inclusion of environment and sustainability education into the NEMA Act, and going forward into South Africa's National Sustainable Development Framework and into some of the more recent green economy, climate change, national climate change response white paper and strategy, all of which includes always a strong focus on this kind of education that we're talking about here in the Skills Summit. And at the same time, we've been working in parallel with the skills system, including some of these environmental concerns into the national curriculums, into qualifications. I think we developed some of the first post-apartheid qualifications in environmental health and waste management for the country, and so on. So it's been a long road, and we've been working for these 30 years, as I said, in this particular area. And about 10 years ago, we did a lot of work on different skills development strategies. And I think this Skills Summit that we're in today is an outcome of that, but also a reflection on what the progress that we've been making in the last 10 years, and also where some of the gaps are in our green skills research and thinking. So I wanted to talk a little bit about these learning pathways, and just to say that they're diverse in their construction across this transforming system. And they are occupational sometimes, where they develop mainly in the workplace. Sometimes they're educational, where they develop mainly in an education institution. And increasingly, we're seeing that they very importantly are also developed in the context of social contexts and livelihoods, everyday living and livelihood activity. And I think this is probably the area that has been the least, given the least attention in this 30-year pathway that we are actually looking at. So that some of the educational dynamics of green skills learning pathways, I'm going to really just do headline reporting here from this 30-year review work that we've been doing. And, you know, one typically gets perspective on this through qualifications analysis in relation to policy demand. For example, when there's a green economy, and then you look into your education system and see, is it actually providing for green economy? And then you say, oops, not really. So we need to change the education system, and so on, you know. And similarly to sustainability issues such as climate change, water quality, and so on. And then also, of course, through evaluation of educational experiences. And one of the headlines for South Africa are that we mainly have been, and still are, I think, to a large extent, emphasizing high-skilled environment and sustainable development qualifications and education experiences. The master's degree is the main point of specialization. I think it's also one of the easiest points in the entire system to introduce new environmental qualifications. I think hence it's also become such an important focal point for this very fast moving field. And I think that the higher education sector as a result is one of the most vibrant sectors of South Africa's green skill education and training system, if I had to say that. We have foundational learning programs in the curriculum and assessment policy statement where there is environment and sustainable development, but they are still very fragmented, they're contradictory and poorly executed. Our teacher educators are still to be fully included. And even though there are a lot of very interesting and important innovation programs, such as the ones we heard about yesterday, Eco Schools and Fundisa, these are under-supported by mainstream policy. And then in the context of the VET, I think the green VET qualifications I would call quite haphazard. They're also contradictory, and they tend to focus on the odd most necessary green skill. That productivism is still overemphasized there, and we still have a technical missing middle, which 10 years ago we identified this as being crucial for areas such as water quality management and climate change and so on. So I tried to draw this picture of the scorecard, South Africa's green skills scorecard, and the ladder. So here's the green skills ladder. You kind of come in at this sort of side area, and you get a good green skills tick at the higher end, with postgraduate degrees mainly coming off some first degrees. And then, you know, the basic education and TVET is really the areas where we still are really struggling to make a good progress with green skills development in the country. So this is a very critical area of work that we need to give a lot of attention to. We've been moving in our research program in that direction. I'll report a little bit on it as we go along. We've been working a lot into teacher education because the teachers are a group that can, you know, quite rapidly come into some of the green skills thinking and begin to translate that more meaningfully for young people in the schooling system. And we've been working on a strong partnership with UNESCO to also work regionally so that it can also enrich South Africa, and then also working in South Africa with the Fundisa for Change program, which is a big program working across quite a number of universities. So it's a very interesting and important innovation program. And as we said yesterday, it really needs further support in terms of its impact space. And then we really need to do more work on the curriculums to get more curriculum coherence into TVET and the CAPS curriculum if we are going to get, sustainable green skills learning pathways in the country. I'm going to turn now very quickly to the occupational dynamics of green skills learning pathways. And here we have, of course, a landscape of green work. And what we've discovered over the last maybe 8 to 10 years that we've been doing research on the skills development for this landscape is that it's very difficult to get the specific contextual demands for green skills in these sectors. And that's often because the green skills are quite integrated into quite complex value chains. And so we've needed to develop, much stronger demand side methodology, which I'll show you in a minute. And one of the things we found in our research is that by and large, as people transition into green skills on this landscape of work, they are going through very long transitions into green skill occupations. And Prisha's work a few years ago was just so interesting. She looked at a number of scarce skills in the country and found that when people are moving from, their baseline qualification through to the scarce skill, and this is at a high skill level, it takes them sometimes 8 to 10 years more than in other countries. And she studied, for example, environmental engineers and discovered that it takes 8 to 10 years for an engineer to become an environmental engineer in South Africa. And that is because they're actually developing the skills through moving workplaces. They're in engineering companies, then they move to environmental companies, they do short courses, they go back to engineering companies, they go back to environmental companies, and that's how they're developing their skills as green environmental engineers in the country. So we did a lot of this work with SAQA, and what we came out of that work is we really realized that it's so important to change South Africa's organizing framework for occupations and integrate green occupations into that, because that releases the funding for the CETA system. But it's still a work in progress, and there's still a lot of work to be done to accurately articulate the green occupations so that they can actually access skills funding for development of these skills. And we haven't even started to talk about future-proofing the descriptions of these skills for a climate resilient future. So there's a huge amount of systems-based work that needs to go into this kind of thing. So we try to do much more work on demand side analysis so that one can articulate these occupations better and then integrate that into the skills system. And that in itself is a big work. We undertook work with Page, developed South Africa's Green Economy Learning Assessment. Eureka was very central in that. And we've just published a book on green skills research to try to make the methods and approaches for this kind of work more visible, so that we can get better occupation side learning pathways emerging. But overall, we discovered that actually we need a multi-level, much more systemic approach to green skills development, because to try to do this sector by sector, skill by skill, occupation by occupation is going to take us the next 40 years, by which time we probably won't have, much water left to drink and so on. So we really need to find another mechanism and other ways of doing this work. And this is really the key point that I want to make in the presentation this afternoon. I'm going to move very quickly now into the social livelihood dynamics of green skills learning pathways. And this is an area that we've been concentrating a lot on in our SACHI chair in the last 5 to 6 years, because we discovered it was a kind of a missing area in the skills planning landscape. And I've really tried to understand what kind of economies and skills do we need if we're sitting with this kind of a problem? And I think everybody knows this graphic now. It's the graphic of unemployment, and the unemployment, particularly among young people in this country. It is absolutely crazy. And I think Shoni Munchetsi this morning said it's unsustainable. And I think Dr. Kati also just pointed out to the unsustainability of the situation that we're in. So we must find other forms of economy that can operate alongside perhaps the bigger economy. And some of the economy work that's really interesting is these sort of more work around people's economies, which is more local economies, developing own workplaces, building our neighborhoods, trying to find finances for our futures and restoring the planet at the same time. And this opens up a whole new space for a very different kind of thinking around green skills. We've just been doing research with the Water Research Commission and with DUCT to look at the scaling of citizen-based water quality monitoring in the country. And you can see why this is needed. This is a picture here in the middle of the failure of South Africa's wastewater treatment plants. And what happens as a result is that we just have effluents running into our rivers. It's unbelievably huge problem. Wherever you go, people tell you about this particular issue. And so we have these, so many young people unemployed. We have these critical issues, and surely we can use our capabilities to create work for them. And we've been trying to look at the different work streams that are possible here: monitoring and reporting, rehabilitation, extension, citizen science, civic action. And Henry, we've been working with Henry and with DUCT and with the PES to see whether it isn't possible to get a national EnviroChamps program off the ground, so that we can actually start to build this work for the common good and learn for the future program and really do something different and innovative in terms of green skills. But it's not only work in the river sector that we need. This is our South Africa's food crisis. Just towards the end of last year, it was projected that 11.8 million people in South Africa would be food insecure. So we really need a lot more work on local level, small scale food production. And that means bringing water to food gardens. And so there's a number of work streams there too: water harvesting, agroecology, food production, homestead gardening, eco schools, school and community food production, extension work, local and district-based market development, and more. So we can again, build our imaginations and try to find opportunities for working for the common good around the sustainable food commons. Similarly, the biodiversity commons, the national biodiversity latest assessment showed us that 50% of our ecosystems are under threat. Our ecosystem, particularly rivers, wetlands, coastal ecosystems, and so on. And again, can we think about the work streams? Can we, open up work for the common good and learn for the future in these kind of spaces? And we're not talking here about new EPWP programs. We really want to innovate this in terms of community, public-private partnerships, and open up, really interesting and exciting learning pathways for young people, because we've also realized that a lot of the type of training in the EPWP programs is really not doing the work that it could be doing. So we want to innovate in that space as well. So we've been thinking a lot about different models for green skills development, and we've been working with Prisha at Witsreal and with international colleagues and our own programs, and really trying to look at, can we have another kind of skills model, which is more what we call a local skills ecosystem model, where you can have learning networks of universities, vocational colleges, community colleges, schools, and NGO educators working together to support this kind of work for the common good and learn for the future skills programs and learning pathways into green work and green jobs. We make better use of socialized digital technologies. We've been doing a lot of work with using WhatsApp and with other app-based tools. We saw some lovely ones yesterday coming out of the COP as well from the Martin Hills group and others. And then we're also rethinking the notion of occupation to work streams in order to make the process more flexible and less technically restrictive. So we're looking at bringing groups together from policy type of groups as well as local groups. And I'm nearly finished, Jurita. And just to say, this is not just theory, we've been doing this in practice. Here's a local skills ecosystem map that we've been working on with a huge group of people in the municipality, the Ndlambe municipality area, bringing living, learning, and working closer together. And then trying to open up, what this actually means. And one of the things is that green is not a sector, actually, it's a governance concept. And we're seeing that increasingly. And it's something that has to stretch across all different types of practice that we're doing. And that green economy action actually occurs across and between sectors. And it's also very critical for livelihoods. So this is the kind of thing that we need to be doing, rethinking the construction of green skills learning pathways as being necessarily connected and less separated and less inscribed. And then I just wanted to end with this. This has just come out of UNESCO Global World ESD Conference. The final statement in that conference declaration was that transformative learning for people and the planet is a necessity for our survival and that of future generations. The time to learn and act for our planet is now. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to everybody. And it's such a pleasure to be working with this community of practice who are all bringing so much innovation in to the space. And I'm hoping also will journey along as one keeps going into this work. So thanks very much, Judith.
Thank you very, very much, Hayla. It's always amazing how much work is on the go and how you summarize it so incredibly well. I'd like to hand over immediately to the first of our COP members from the University of Limpopo, Farina Lindeke. Farina is from the Department of Geography and Environmental Sciences, which is where so many of those young professionals working in sustainable development actually come from. So please go ahead and load your slides, Farina. Farina will be followed immediately after by Anthony Fry and Dr. Matthew Weaver. And they are in the Institute for Water Research at Rhodes University, PhD scholar and a postdoc respectively. And then we will hear from Professor Janice Limson, who is professor in biotechnology and the Saatchi Chair in Biotechnology Innovation and Engagement. So really encapsulating what it is that this COP is all about. It's about science, about innovation, and about engagement, and what more important to be working on than water and biotechnology. And then we'll change gear and move to Stellenbosch University, where Professor Leslie Lagrange is a distinguished professor with a focus on decoloniality and curriculum innovation. So Leslie, to please come in after Janice immediately. And then we will move just across the railway line really to UCT, where Professor Shona Shackleton and Lee Cobbin, a doctoral student, will be talking about their work in the Berg-Breda catchment. And we'll move all the way up to Wits, to Gauteng, where we started with Dr. Kati, for Professor Mary Scholes and Adila Itzken to talk about their work in complex social ecological systems. And I think then if we have time left, we would love for Professor Lagrange to engage us in some discussions. Thank you very much. Over to you, Farina. And I will put my video on, Farina, when it seems that time is up, and I do apologize for that already. Just also remember to unmute, Farina.
Hi, sorry. I'm just wanting to double check if you can see my slides.
We can see your slides, just put them in presentation mode for us. Super.
Okay, all right, thank you very much for the introduction. As I was introduced, I'm from the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at the University of Limpopo, and I'll be presenting our Citizen Science and Education project on behalf of the rest of our team from two different departments, my department and the Department of Biodiversity in the Faculty of Science and Agriculture at UL. So water quality in the Limpopo Basin is described as impacted, but not severe. But pollution is ongoing, however, and it is causing severe deterioration of riparian zones and in-stream habitats. Many households in our province are reliant on freshwater systems for domestic use and also for the valuable ecosystem services they provide. Now, despite this high community reliance on freshwater systems, community concern and buy-in for the protection of these sources is still relatively low. That's because communities are more concerned with lack of water and sanitation infrastructure and service delivery than with aquatic ecosystem health and biodiversity. So a need thus exists in our area to highlight the importance of all water-related issues, especially their interconnectedness and importance to sustainable development, and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Education is imperative in promoting sustainable development and achieving the SDGs, but often does not employ an integrated or holistic approach. So there are 4 major areas identified for education for sustainable development, or ESD, and our study will focus on the 2 areas highlighted here. We are also exploring the viability of incorporating citizen science initiatives into secondary education. Now, citizen science initiatives have been used with great success in environmental education programs worldwide, and also have the potential to contribute towards the measurement of progress towards attaining the SDGs. Freisel and colleagues found that citizen science is already contributing to the monitoring of 5 SDG indicators, and that there is great potential for the monitoring of 76 more. So they found the greatest inputs of citizen science to be related to these 4 specific SDGs, including SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. As I mentioned earlier, our focus aligns with 2 of the 4 major components of ESD, namely improved basic education and the reorienting of existing education. So our overall aim for both these focus areas is to move beyond the traditional knowledge-based methods and include the development of deeper levels of awareness and the values and skills necessary for effective and successful ESD. The largest part of our project involves the use of a citizen science activity at a secondary school in the Polokwane local municipality. So we are working very closely with the S.E. Makgatu Secondary School in Seshego. And as you can see on this map, the school is situated very closely to the Seshego Dam and the Molahutsi River. So these water bodies form a part of the everyday lives of the learners. And we hope that this close connection will make this a more personal learning experience also for everyone involved. We have identified several suitable sites where different teams of learners will gather their data. So this is a very dynamic teacher named Ms. Nontombi Manabile and some of her grade 11 learners. We are working very closely with her on this project, but unfortunately we've had to postpone our activity at the school several times due to changing COVID-19 restrictions, and then also due to positive cases at either the school team or our own team at UL. So our mini SAS day is now scheduled for the 4th of October, and we're keeping all our fingers, legs, arms, everything we have crossed that there will be no disruptions this time. So just a quick overview. Mini SAS is a hands-on, fun way for learners to measure and assess the general health of their river. This will also help them gain skills as they will learn how to collect, organize, and interpret data and information. They will also get to upload their results on the interactive map in order to compare their results with other regions and provinces in the country. So for now, we will do one guided mini SAS day with the grade 11 learners, followed by a continued monitoring by the same learners in 2022, and the incorporation of related lessons in all their grade 12 subjects for 2022. So here we take a 3-pronged approach. Firstly, we aim to increase awareness of the Sustainable Development Goals and sustainable development in general, and especially show how interconnected the environmental, social, and economic implications are in this context. We then also hope to create an active learning environment through the mini SAS activities, and then related lessons originally developed by the Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa that we have adapted to be more specific to this local context. We also have a part of the project that involves engaging with current and future secondary educators. And here our focus is on finding out if and how teaching methods are used to incorporate sustainability principles in learning by current educators. And we also engage with future educators in the form of final year B.Ed students at UL to find out if and how they are being prepared for a career incorporating ESD. So we've been absolutely overwhelmed with the positive responses we've had from all the educators we've engaged with so far. It has exceeded our expectations. Teachers have been eager to engage. They are passionate about improving education for their learners. And we've identified various other opportunities for ongoing collaboration and engagement through their valuable inputs. Some of these include counseling and information sessions on green careers and careers in science. So our preliminary findings show that if educators have a good understanding and very positive perceptions of sustainable development, but that in terms of ESD, the focus is still mostly placed on the environmental dimension of sustainable development, and the teaching thereof is very limited to only science-based subjects. So this shows that the status quo is still relatively unchanged since the development of the revised framework for teacher development in 2011. We hope that this project will provide insights on the viability of including citizen science activities in the secondary school curriculum, and also whether they can increase learning, engagement, and knowledge production for both learners and educators. And we also believe that this project will result in ongoing engagement between tertiary and secondary educators in our area. So we can't wait to get in our waders and get our feet wet, and hope to report back on our activity with the learners soon. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Farina. I think a lot of people will want to continue conversation with you afterwards. Next up, Anthony and or Matthew.
Hey, hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and we can see your
Cool.
slides as well. Excellent.
Cool. And Matthew there.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so Anthony Fry and supported by Matthew Weaver. We're presenting on behalf of the Institute for Water Research from Rhodes University. Probably more specifically the integrated water resource management or adaptive integrated water resource management group within the IWR. And yeah, today we're just gonna kind of pick out a few sort of nuggets that we've been working on in the sort of policy realm, and we've sort of encapsulated them with the title Building Capabilities for Adaptive and Systemic Governance of Ecological Infrastructure. Before we get into those kind of brief statements, I'll just let Matt give a sort of bit of background to the work.
Thanks, Ant. Yeah, so our research is with sociological systems, and it's largely been guided by this adaptive systemic approach. And it's nothing new necessarily, but more of a creative application of different theories and methodologies that have proved effective when working in complex sociological systems. So some of the concepts and the theories and concepts and methods or methodologies like complexity theory, transdisciplinarity, social and transformative learning, strategic adaptive management. So those have been useful, and we're bringing those in, and then the researchers generally bringing in these concepts and working with stakeholders through kind of embedded case study research. And it's founded by this understanding that people in landscapes comprise socio-ecological systems. And out of this engaged style of research, new practices are emerging, new conversations and ideas that both affect stakeholders working with the natural resource management problems on the ground, as well as kind of forwarding theoretical development from the research side of things. And I think it's a good idea, just so this is our approach, and it's a good idea just to give you an idea of some of the case studies that we've been applying and practicing this approach within. So it really started out of local case studies, local South African case studies, with a main focus on integrated water resource management, and often with quite a strong focus on governance. So in the Olifants River, the Tita catchment and the Tita project, which has had a lot of airtime in the Skills Summit, the Sundays River, and our Makana local municipality here in Makanda, where Rhodes is based. And now we're starting to apply those in the broader African environment through the ARUA project, which is the African Research Universities Alliance, and also a bunch of water-related research case studies in Nigeria, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Uganda, Senegal, and Tanzania. So we're practicing the approach and drawing some of the learnings from our local case studies in the wider African context. So I'm not going to go into detail into these case studies, but this is the kind of the context in which some of these policy statements that we're going to talk about now are emerging from. Thanks, Dan.
Okay. So we're just going to touch on three policy sort of statements, try to kind of keep it succinct. Two of them, the first two have already been kind of worked up into policy briefs, and the last one is one sort of in development. So the first statement is sustained practice for long-term impact. So this diagram comes out of the policy brief around this statement, and sort of shows how the collective and individual learning sits at the center of this sort of activity system of working together, which is sort of sits within the ways that we know, the ways that the different stakeholders know. So there's this sort of our collective learning sitting at the center of this process. So praxis sort of speaks to this interaction between research and practice. The metaphor of the tango was invoked in the early career research session on Wednesday, and I have been thinking about that a lot, as it's I think a lot of the work we do, and so the sort of sustain speaks to the idea that we're investigating complex open systems, and traditional sort of funding and sort of science timelines are just really inadequate when you're trying to understand systems which change, over decades even. So it's just, sustain speaks to the fact that we've got to maintain that tango between the sort of kind of looking back research and the practical practice, and so that's the sort of the gist of the first statement. The second statement is around supporting boundary spanners for meaningful integration, and there's two parts to this. First one links directly to the skills that we've been talking about, and I'm thinking specifically about building skills that links to what Halo was saying about those transitions. You've got in other countries, you've got much clearer ways for people to move from more conventional work into green spaces, and because they're getting experience in the different spaces. So So when I talk about skills in the sort of boundary spanning space, it's I guess about getting exposure to different spheres, which allows you to be that that boundary crosser between different spaces. So that's kind of where, and then the second part is around formalization. So if we can acknowledge that we need to be building skills for people to be able to be working across groups, we also need to be recognizing that that's a really important role. And that's really tricky because it is relational work, and you want to formalize something, you want to monetize it, you want to incentivize people to do it, but it's also about relationships, and that's difficult to monetize. Just like, care work and that kind of thing is really difficult to monetize without losing the spirit. That's sort of what this is around, and I'll let Matt cover the last one.
Cool. I saw your recent video come up, so I better be quick. So the last one, this is in the works a little bit. So it talks to embedding capabilities through careful engagement. And yeah, we are publishing and engaging with this one at the moment. And it involves the conceptualization of a pathway of capability development. And this is, we see, as required for participatory governance and engaged work in complex sociological systems. So we're busy theorizing the pathway and applying the pathway, particularly in the SITA project. And these are the steps: co-knowing, co-listening and speaking, co-planning, co-influencing, and co-deciding. And all of these are really critical components in any natural resource management and governance process. So we're building capabilities within these. And what we found related to the how to build these capabilities are that it requires this is where careful comes in. It requires quite careful consideration of context. So like the language of the people and the stakeholders involved. So we've had great success in running processes in the native language of the majority of the participants, and then translating this in English for some of the facilitators. Thinking of cultural norms and customs, then facilitation that's careful of bringing out marginalized voices, dealing with power dynamics or considering and trying to level the playing field a little bit, then valuing and validating different ways of knowing and knowledge. It's really important: contextual knowledge, indigenous knowledge, as well as the more hegemonic Western knowledge. And then just generally creating an enabling learning environment. All of those considerations contribute to that, but just setting up the room and inside, those kind of practical elements to capacity development, capability development. Yeah, thanks. So this one's in the wake, in the making.
Yeah, thanks. That's I think all we've got.
Thank you very much. And yeah. What an interesting framework that you're presenting there. And so many colleagues are also working in landscape, so it would be very interesting to see whether there could be synergies across some of the presentations, which after all is what the idea of a COP is all about. Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. And Janice, over to you. We can see your slides, Janice, if you just unmute.
I'm so sorry. I have to just reshare that. So sorry. I had everything all planned very nicely. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can, and then you can, there it is in presentation mode now. Good.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I am in the Biotechnology Innovation Center, and I've already taken up 30 seconds of my precious 10 minutes, so I'll be quite brief. So the work that we're doing in the Biotech Innovation Center combines water treatment, bioenergy, disease monitoring, stem cells, personalized healthcare. It's very much an applied field of study. So this is quite geared towards the development of products and processes, and this is obviously for societal benefit. So in the Biotech Innovation Center, we're trialing this new model for higher education biotech training, whereby our students are doing science communication and innovation alongside their postgraduate teaching and research. And so this has obviously been quite a challenge for us in quite a new way. We believe that engaging the communities informs the scientific research and product development. And then, of course, this happens within a responsible research and innovation framework. The communities are then participants, they're involved, they inform the research and innovation process. So the RRI process, and I think this is about developing skills. I think the broader thing for us is that it's about equipping our learners to really care for the future by means of responsive stewardship of research that will help them to address the grand challenges of our time in an ethical and sustainable way. So we've trialed multiple different ways. So simple, just meeting scientists, engaging healthcare workers, establishing what the challenges are for them on the ground, engaging non-scientists, testing prototypes, wastewater treatment, and alternative energy. So there have been quite a few different models that we've explored in our research approach. One such example, we explored new technology, electrospun nanofibers, and we wanted to integrate that into a meaningful device, and then did a survey of the community. It's Grahamstown, so everybody was really keen to talk about the water, and it was quite helpful in terms of the ultimate design of what we hope to do. Okay, so now I want to show you something that we're looking at right now, which is let us not go into the community with ideas of what we want to do, but let us ask communities what they need. And our student Tandi Nkawana in our research group, she's a lecturer in the Community Engagement Center, but she's also a PhD student in biotechnology. And this is her journey.
According to Jacob Koppel and others, the shifting expectations of scientists to communicate and engage with the public necessitate changes for scientists whose public communication efforts have typically been reactive and ad hoc. Tandi Nkawana is a Rhodes University PhD student who's shifting the typical approach of science engagement through her research.
I am now doing my PhD, and the PhD is based on biotechnology, focusing on water research in rural areas. This year, we wanted to do something that is outside of Grahamstown. So there was a partner site or partner community that we've been working with different projects around science engagement.
Civic mapping is a tool used in journalism to map out the community in which one is to do research as a way to know and understand the people in the community. It is a tool used to identify the catalysts and the connectors to find ways to involve them in the research. This is done through engaging citizens in civic conversation by sitting down in their living rooms or their personal spaces and to understand their lives.
So one of the things that the people pointed out at Amakhala was that they were really concerned about the water in that area and the implications on health that it has, because they were using rainwater and borehole water, which they were fine with the rainwater, but after some time you'd see that there's no rain, and then that meant that they would have to shift to borehole water. And when they start shifting to borehole water, they said that they couldn't really use it, but they were forced to, and reasons being that they mentioned things like saltiness in the water. They mentioned that when they wash or when they add some soap in it, it becomes this scum-like white stuff that you can't use for your clothes. And that's where then we wanted to partner with them just to find out exactly what's in the water. And the nice thing about the project now is that they can actually use the kits themselves. They can test the water themselves and actually find out if it's clean. And also when we do the testing, when they do the testing, we also discuss around ways of cleaning the water. If they find that like there's contamination in the water and the kit has changed its color from colorless to black.
Tandy's language and cultural background has indeed allowed her to do this very well.
So I grew up in Makanda, which is in the Eastern Cape, and I grew up in a Xhosa family. I am Xhosa, and I follow the cultural principles of being Xhosa, and this actually helped quite a lot of engaging with the people at Amakhala. But in some instances, because if you remember, science sometimes can be a bit challenging if someone doesn't speak English, so you kind of have to explain it in a way that someone will understand. So what helped a lot for my project specifically was the use of pamphlets that I had. The pamphlets were written in English, isiXhosa, as well as Afrikaans, and then we printed them out and we handed them out the first time we actually visited Amakhala, and we're just engaging with people around the project and just reminding them that, okay, this is the project that we spoke about last year. Are you still interested in joining? And people said, yes, I'm interested in joining. And we were conversating in isiXhosa, meaning that they could understand. And also in that form of a partnership where they could actually trust what was happening. I feel like the fact that I speak isiXhosa made that so much easier. But the fact that also I was able to leave something with them that they can read after that. So for example, the consent forms, they also had English and isiXhosa, and any letter that I was giving had English and isiXhosa, so that if someone doesn't really understand, then they can go through to the isiXhosa side. The pamphlet itself had also the drawings. So if someone wasn't really literate, then they could just look at the drawings, make an understanding of the drawings, and then be able to then do the testing.
What Tandy says also implies a right to participation in the planning and production of whatever communication or research needs to happen. Development communication is another journalistic strategy used in engaging communities. The idea that the community must be the point of departure when communication or research is happening. This implies the right to participation in the planning and production of whatever communication and research needs to happen.
Now, the importance of testing the water rose when, and the nice thing about it is that it was the community that stressed the fact that they wanted to test the water. They wanted to see what is going on with the water, because they realized that, okay, we're drinking this water, but we're not certain what is this salty stuff that we're testing. And if we want to drink it, what are the ways of making sure that that salt can actually go away and then we can be able to drink it? And are there other ways that are being used by other people within the community that we don't know about for actually washing clothes using the borehole water? So they wanted to share these ideas, and they welcomed the idea of someone coming in and helping them to share the ideas around how to maximize the use of the borehole water, and also how to clean the borehole water. It's important for us as scientists and as a university that is coming as researchers, if we're going into a place, that we're not going into a place to impose ideas upon, but rather the need to solve a problem comes from the community, and they are the ones that point out that, okay, we have this problem, we would like to solve it ourselves, but what other assistance can we use, or who can we work with to make sure that we get to the solutions that we need to get to? So them being able to point out that, okay, we have solution A with water quality and solution B with water availability. What are some of the strategies that we can use to solve these problems? And if they are the ones who point this out, it becomes a project of their own. It won't be at disadvantage in the sense that we're trying to impose something upon them. Therefore, it's a matter of, I don't care about this project. It now becomes a matter of, okay, we are the ones who pointed out that we care about our water, we care about our health, we want to find out what's happening with our water. Therefore, can we test this water, and can you help us by providing these kits? Then Tina, we will be the ones who test the water for ourselves.
Tandy is actively working with communities to come up with solutions to problems that affect them. It is our hope to see expanded water research being done in communities like Amakhala and her hometown of Makanda.
Okay, thank you very much.
According to Jacob,
just going to move on. Okay, so I think I'll just leave it there. I think there was a really powerful video, and I'm happy to talk about this in a Q&A. Thanks so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Janice. That's very inspiring as well. Goodness. Distinguished Professor Leslie Lagrange from Stellenbosch University, Education Faculty. Over to you, Leslie.
Thank you, Eureka. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, thank you. You can go into slide mode and we can hear you well as well.
Okay, so I'll just show my face for a second. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be part of this conversation, so I think I'll just go ahead and proceed. So I'm going to talk a little bit about curriculum innovation, but perhaps a little out of step and out of rhythm, because I'm going to talk a little bit about thinking. So we know the famous Einstein quote that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. And Martin Heidegger said the most thought-provoking thing in our thought-provoking time is that we are still not thinking. So I'm just going to, in the time available, talk a little bit about how we can think differently about curriculum. So we all know about trees and we all know about rhizomes, and the second one is actually a drawing of a rhizome. And the philosopher Gilles Deleuze worked with a psychoanalyst, Felix Guattari, and they use lots of things, including things in biology, to generate or create figurations, not metaphors, and to help us with our thinking. And so they refer to thinking that's tree-like as arborescent thinking, and tree thinking that's rhizomatic. And I want to firstly look at that and talk about what they remind us about when we think about rhizomatic and arborescent thinking. So Deleuze and Guattari remind us that the rhizome has no points or positions, such as those found in a structure, tree, or root. They are only lines. Lines enable proliferation in all directions to form an assemblage. They argue that the rhizome is a true multiplicity because as new lines form and grow, the nature of the rhizome changes itself. In contrast, arborescent thinking produces pseudo-multiplicities, whereby a single trunk produces branches that are variants of the same. So the rhizome has no beginning and end. It's always in the middle. It's en milieu. And the rhizome produces both lines of flight and produces lines of articulation, or lines of connection, or lines of segmentarity. So if one looks at an arborescent view of curriculum, much of the approaches to curriculum that are used both in schooling as well as in higher education can be traced back to work that was produced by an industrial engineer, Taylor, who worked in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and also published a book in 1911. And his idea was to make factories more efficient. His ideas were picked up by an education professor at the University of Chicago, Franklin Bobbitt, who wrote two books on curriculum in 1918, the one in 1924. Bobbitt actually worked in education administration and brought some of the ideas from industry and wrote these two books. on curriculum, and he had a student who was called Ralph Tyler, and he produced his rationale in a little book that still gets read widely in the world, his 1949 book on curriculum. And what we find is different versions of this curriculum existing throughout the world in higher education and in schooling. Outcomes-based education is one, competency-based education, constructive alignment. And what Bobbert, Tyler, and Biggs, what they do is to represent curriculum as a simple, tightly coupled system in which it is both possible and desirable to closely align what students do in order to learn with intended learning outcomes and how they are assessed. So what often happens with curriculum, you see a tweaking of different versions, but they remain still very much grounded in Tyler thinking and within the Tylerian mold. And so we see a lot of changes and tweaking, but it doesn't actually lead to any innovation. So a rhizomatic view of curriculum sees curriculum as, I would argue, as an assemblage made up of heterogeneous parts and is always in becoming. So the curriculum will have lines of articulation, connection, or segmentarity. So there would be books, encounters, guides, policies, assessments, concepts, and they are moments of territoriality. So they give the impression of fixity, but they also always have lines of flight, movement, flexibility. So deterritorialization is always a possibility. So curriculum as a rhizome does not replicate. It doesn't produce more of the same, as is the case with a curriculum that is arborescent. It proliferates, so it generates, so it produces something new. So there's not a beginning and there's not an end. There are always multiple entries and multiple exits. So in a sense, curriculum is pointless, and I'll talk about pointlessness a little later. So that's the first way I suggest that we can think about curriculum, is to think differently, to think about it not only as arborescent, but also as rhizomatic. The second thing I want to talk about is Jackson Pollock, who you all know and probably know more about art than I do, was an American painter, and that was part of the abstract expressionist art movement, which disrupted representational art. And it's where the whole being, all of the emotions become part of the process of performing art. So Jackson Pollock had a studio in Long Island, and he was visited by a fellow artist, Hans Hofmann, and he reprimanded Pollock with these words: "You do not work from nature. This is not good. You will repeat yourself. You work by heart, not from nature." And Pollock famously replied, "I am nature." Some people thought he was egotistical in doing that, but many scholars pointed out to the important point that's in the next bullet, that nature's purpose to the visual arts is stimulus, not imitation. Nature is therefore a source of inspiration for the artist, but it's not simply represented. So the other way of thinking is to think about curriculum as not in a representationist way, because knowledge is not out there logically ordered and waiting to be discovered. Knowledge is constructed by human beings with other human beings and in interaction with the more than human world. So curriculum is a process, not an external artifact. understanding being as nature opens up possibilities for viewing curriculum as nature. That curriculum is, that in a sense, we are curriculum, that curriculum is a race that we run. It's not, in the Grecian sense, a chariot track that's already mapped out, that homogenizes or normalizes and so on. Books, assessments, educational lessons, classrooms and so on might be important, but they're not the substance of curriculum. They might inspire us in different ways. The next thing, quickly, 2 more slides. The other way in thinking about curriculum and teaching is about the classical orchestra versus improvisational jazz. So in the classical orchestra, the composer is external to the musical performance, like curriculum when we view it as a document. The conductor or the teacher could interpret the music and could even rearrange it. And then the musicians must play according to the musical sheet, and there's no room for mistakes. If we think about curriculum and teaching as improvisational jazz, then every musician is a composer. Curriculum is akin to a jazz ensemble. Musicians respond to one another and to the situational moment, and no situational moment can be the same, and so therefore there cannot be any repetition. And then a mistake can become a line of flight or produce something new. The last slide, and I will just, actually the second last, I'll just read this. The curriculum and the importance of slow pedagogy if we're going to have innovation. And this is about beauty and pointlessness. So I'm just going to read what I wrote there quickly. So beauty is characterized by the positive affirmation of pointlessness. For Byrne, that's Gordon Byrne, beauty is formless, non-representational, and pointless. Formlessness does not mean that there is no form, but that there is an indeterminate multiplicity of forms that can stimulate and play the playful, positive pleasure of the beautiful. He argues that enjoying formlessness is akin to enjoying caressing. In the context of sustainability education, the lecturer invites students to engage in conceptual caressing of the indeterminate multiplicity of forms and representations of sustainability. Byrne avers that caressing is pointless not because it has no point, but because it is involved in countless points. Pointlessness in this sense is positive. Moreover, caressing takes time. And as Byrne notes, it's not for lovers in a hurry. There is nothing efficient about it. Conceptually caressing the myriad of forms and representations of sustainability will take time. Therefore, pedagogy is, in respect of sustainability, should be slow, not characterized by efficiency, the efficiency of performative, and I use performative in a particular sense. Last 2 slides, a word on policy. Last slide. Policy should be viewed, I think, as performative rather than representation. And the purpose of policy should be stimulus and not imitation. Thank you, Rita.
Thank you very much, Professor Lagrange. Today we are lovers in a hurry, unfortunately, but it is so interesting, the amazing ideas that people can actually convey in these extremely short bits of space. So Shona, over to you. We can see your slide, Shona, just unmute.
Sorry, typical. Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to put my camera off for now because I am getting a warning that my internet connection is bad and it sort of fades in and out. So I hope that doesn't happen. So I'm going to go over to my slides now. Thanks. So I'm going to be talking about building partnerships in the Bergbreder catchment for long-term transdisciplinary research that actually contributes to resilient and equitable landscapes. And this map just gives you a sense of where we're working, the Bergbreder catchment in the Western Cape, and you can see it is quite an extensive area with a lot of different actors and different activities happening in this space. So what is the motivation for this case study as part of this NRF COP? So our universities, we know, are embedded in a larger landscape, and we've heard about already today how Rhodes University is interacting with the Makanda landscape. So we need to be contributing knowledge and transformation in this landscape over the long term. The Bergbrede, given its critical importance for water supply, agriculture and tourism in the Western Cape, is a site of multiple research projects across different institutions, with some overlap in funders, partners, study sites, methods, even topics and themes. And many of these projects are assuming a transdisciplinary approach. But the concern is that this can create challenges that we do need to address, and by we, I mean collectively, everyone working in that landscape, to build partnerships and resilience in the landscape over the long term. Some initial brainstorming included talking about some of the issues, and these included inadequately prepared researchers, stakeholder fatigue, some confusion around what was happening in the landscape, poor understanding of the complex context, and some recycling of ideas and knowledge and repeating work. So the question then becomes, how can we find a more coordinated, collaborative, and transformative way of working between researchers, practitioners, and citizens in the landscape over the longer term, with the aim of moving towards greater resilience and equity? And we saw this as an opportunity for collective reflection and learning from previous and current landscape-related research in this space, in terms of both the capacity to implement TD research, but also how to create those lasting partnerships to maximize the uptake, use, and impacts of our research. And we really kind of bought into this notion of a living landscape. Our approach to the case studies was a series of online reflective workshops. The first series in April, May, we met with researchers working in the Bergbrede, and we started by surfacing challenges experienced and then went on to look at what might be needed to address those challenges and what the next steps might be. In August, just quite recently, we undertook our practitioner workshops. And I think this is something that seldom happens. Very rarely do we reflect with practitioners around how they are experiencing the research. And then in October, we'll be hosting a curriculum workshop, and I think we need to be inviting some people from this COP. And in November, we hope to bring it all together and really look at what emerged and what some of the next steps are. In terms of outcomes, for the larger NRF COP, we really want to document how we can advance our TD research practice and better prepare researchers for working in this way, drawing on experiences from the Bergbrede. But also at the more local level, we want to enhance communication and coordination between actors in the Bergbrede, and also look at some jointly agreed ways to achieve this beyond the resources available in this small COP project. And these are just some pictures of some of the activities we undertook in our workshops, and you can see we had quite a lot of fun. And there's a lot of rich information that we haven't even managed to digest fully yet. So what have we found so far? And this is an area where I actually saw quite a lot of resonance with what Anthony and Matthew were saying, and I hope you can see it as I talk through this. But again, as I said, we're only just touching the surface. So let's start with the challenges identified by researchers, and we categorize those into 5 different groups. Starting with the scholarly and theoretical challenges, these included the need to elevate equity in our work, to find common ground in our teams across disciplines, but also with our international partners, which was recognized as a bit of an issue at times. Concerns around what makes quality TD and the need for monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And then discussions around when does the TD process start and end, or does it ever end? And what does this mean for partnership building? On the institutional and funding side, the main challenges related to short-term funding. How do we advocate for a better funding environment? And of course, the lack of support in our universities for TD work. Practical concerns related to poor research coordination, reinventing the wheel, inadequate time and effort to build the partnerships necessary. Also the needs for tools and processes to do that better, and often fatigue in both researchers and stakeholders. It was also recognized that the Bergbrede context is complex, it's highly contested, it's highly inequitable, and there's a lot of inequality. And we often start our research without a really good understanding of these contexts. We also need to find ways to tackle these deeply entrenched barriers or issues like inequity and poor governance. And we need to nest our research in that wider landscape context. And lastly, we spoke about the need to develop capacity, competencies, and preparedness amongst ourselves and our students. And we spoke about the emotional toll of this work and the need for more caring environments, and also the need for specific skills like facilitation skills, amongst others. In terms of moving forward and improving our research practice, we spoke about improving our peer learning and communications and linkages across the actors in the catchment. We spoke about the need to co-design from the start and to lobby funders to support that and also establish longer-term partnerships. We spoke about researchers needing to be agents of change, facilitators, connectors, and therefore we need that kind of capacity building to enable that. We spoke about annual research sharing or practitioner researcher dialogues, and also co-developing a longer-term research agenda within the Berg Breda. We spoke about a set of guidelines for deliberative team building, and then also working more solidly with brokers and intermediaries in that space and building very strong relationships with these actors. And of course, we see ourselves doing long-term place-based landscape level research. From the educational side, in the training specifically, we spoke about short courses and summer schools and facilitation and other soft skills training that's required, also about popular communication skills. This came up as a very big issue with the practitioners, monitoring and evaluation, which takes us back to Eureka's presentation yesterday. We spoke also about field trips, even at undergrad level, and experiential learning and service learning, and also the need to bring TD into the undergrad curriculum for that early exposure. We spoke about learning resources like case study examples, shared models of best practice, but also not being shy about sharing where things went wrong and where the problems are, and a database of methods and applications. For the institutional side, we spoke about influencing change amongst our funders and also working on advocating for greater support for this type of work. Wow, already, Eureka. Moving on to challenges identified by the practitioners. And what we're seeing here is the orange boxes are ones that overlapped really with what researchers were saying. And these included, involving stakeholders in proposals, building trust, responding to stakeholder knowledge needs, governance challenges, stakeholder fatigue, but new challenges related to the time frame of research often being out of sync with practitioners' needs, their own time limitations, students not understanding the context, and communicating research in the right ways to the right people in a way that's accessible. And then for the practitioners, again, in terms of ways forward, again, a lot in common with the researchers, and I won't go through those again, but some of the differences related to working with existing platforms. There are a lot in that area who also connect very well with communities, opportunities for service learning through a mobile science unit with the Biosphere Reserve, having MOUs with our partners, working on our language and communication as researchers. Incentives for practitioners, how often do we actually build that into our research proposals? And finding ways to embed students in the landscape. So they live on farms or they live in the local communities and they sit over coffee and talk to different actors in that landscape. So finally, just the next steps. We need to consolidate our outputs. We need to hold our curriculum development workshop and our final workshop. We need to work on our policy briefs, and we need to carry the activities through, some activities through into practice with other researchers and partners in that space. Thank you very much. And we do have a website and you're very welcome to visit that. Thank you, Eureka. I'm going to stop sharing now.
Thank you very much, Professor Shackleton. Marvelous presentation. And I would like to hand over to Wits University. Adila Itzken will be presenting on the work that she's doing with Professor Scholes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting on an overview of some of my PhD work at the University of Witwatersrand. So I'll be talking about modeling and social learning in a complex social ecological system using the Tsitsa River catchment and the Tsitsa project as a case study. So we've heard quite a lot over the course of the summit about the Tsitsa project, but just as a quick reminder, the Tsitsa River catchment is located in the rural Eastern Cape, and it was home to a unique research praxis project called the Tsitsa project, which began in 2014 as a South African government flagship restoration project. As you can see from the Tsitsa project objective, the project has linked social and ecological goals. Some noteworthy characteristics of the Tsitsa project include that the Tsitsa project aims to improve social and ecological sustainability using a social ecological systems approach. This explicit social ecological systems framing is based on applied transdisciplinary research praxis that combines knowledge and expertise from social and natural sciences, practitioners, and communities to improve the landscape and sustainable livelihoods in the catchment. Many aspects of the project are centered around striving for increased integration across the social and ecological domains. As Professor Rosenberg spoke to yesterday, the Tsitsa project has a special monitoring, evaluation and learning program called PMO, which is oriented around learning and reflection. And the project is organized into various communities of practice along research praxis themes. So the work that I'll be touching on today is most closely associated with the systems praxis COP and the knowledge and learning COP. During the course of my research, I was formally introduced to the concept of social learning for natural resource management in a course that's colloquially called the Training of Trainers course that Rhodes University ran from October last year to April this year. The course prompted me to reflect on my research. It highlighted the added value that social learning processes bring to projects like the Tsitsa project, which ultimately resulted in me incorporating social learning more deliberately and systematically in my research, which consisted of interviews and virtual workshops as part of a transdisciplinary learning process that involved representatives of the various Tsitsa project communities of practice and other members of the Tsitsa project Rhodes University internal decision-making team who were the driving force of the research praxis element of the project. So my process included initially individual and then group interactions, during which I used a variety of tools and activities to kind of elicit data and knowledge from the group and have sharing and discussion happening. The process was iterative and had multiple participatory rounds of stakeholder engagement followed by analysis. And there was an emergent nature to my project, which means that I couldn't fully predict the direction that it was going to go at the beginning. But something that emerged early on was the need for synthesis of the main drivers of land degradation in the Tsitsa River catchment through an integrated social ecological systems approach. This approach adds value to our understanding of drivers of land degradation by integrating transdisciplinary perspectives that can be used to identify potential leverage points for adaptive management interventions. And it crystallized in the development of a paper that uses the drivers, pressures, stresses, condition responses framework, and ultimately resulted in a systems analysis approach being used, or this framework being applied in a systems analysis modeling approach. So as you can see, insights gathered from the group helped us to construct systemic models like the one on the screen, which posit a co-created hypothesis of the key social and ecological elements of the system and how they connect to result in the undesirable land degradation, which is an outcome in the catchment. We demonstrated that while physical characteristics are natural drivers of land degradation, it's the interplay between these natural and human drivers and pressures, such as unstable governance, past policies, disuse of cultivation fields, and uncontrolled grazing that caused the resulting widespread erosion and land degradation. We also explored how existing and potential responses could affect the social ecological system. The Tsitsa River catchment is an example of a region where integrated planning processes could guide responses such as land use management changes and market access initiatives, which could produce dual benefits of improving landscape condition and creating sustainable livelihood opportunities. The second paper that we've been working on documents the social learning process that was undertaken, which we have called participatory self-observation, which helped us as a group of action researchers who are closely involved in a social ecological systems project to better understand our context and our project. As per the diagram, participatory self-observation has iterative rounds of participatory stakeholder self-observation as a group and reflection using different social learning methods and tools interspersed by data analysis, which is done by the facilitating researchers. We posit participatory self-observation as a learning-focused way to understand and inform the management of complex social ecological systems. Participatory self-observation could add value in SES projects as it can help identify and advance the needs of a project from a variety of transdisciplinary perspectives of those closely involved with it. So the key issue constellation that I have up here was used to capture the issues that were identified through this participatory self-observation process as being the most important to participants in meeting the objectives of the Tsitsa project. The data was organized into 14 themes that speak to biophysical, social, institutional, and integrative domains, processes, and outcomes that occur at different scales. Because we're working within a complex social ecological system, we know that issues are not perfectly separated into their own boxes, and we intentionally try to see connections and feedbacks. There were a number of issues that crossed the social and biophysical domains. A number of issues crossed the social and institutional domains, and there were some issues that were integrative. Those are issues 1, 2, and 3. Issues 2 and 3, monitoring and integration, were chosen for further development on the basis of both the participatory self-observation process, emphasizing them as critical needs in this study, and on literature identifying monitoring and integration as being critical needs in wider SES research. So just a couple of quick insights that came from the process. In terms of integration, some things we learned from the Tsitsa project was that integration happened working through the teams that were task-focused rather than through communities of practice. So applied work came out as a crucial catalyst for meaningful integration. We also learned that values are really important and those conversations should be had early and throughout. So some members of the transdisciplinary team felt that the value of spending time on non-biophysical work was yet to be fully recognized. And there was a shift even during the time that I was involved where governance was taken more seriously or considered to be taken more seriously within the project. But that came out as a really important precursor to integration. And then the team noted that data collection is not usually done in an integrated way, but it is how data are used that's important, and that collective planning and activity updates could help both data collection and the use of data to be more integrative. In terms of integrated monitoring, project members emphasized the need to find ways of complementing conventional rigid monitoring and evaluation systems with participatory evaluation and citizen monitoring. The monitoring work done by the PML team and satellite processes such as the still participatory self-observation process that I ran are some avenues where this need is being, or beginning at least to being addressed. Another insight from monitoring is that learning was identified as a really important outcome. Almost, Anurita, one more slide after this. And that the monitoring, whatever monitoring system is put into place needs to be actively designed to enable learning. And lastly, contrary to kind of my initial thoughts going into the project, a data overload problem was identified. So people, initially felt like we are living in working within a third world context and maybe data is lacking, but a lot of project members felt like the project was producing monumental amounts of data. And the struggle was really more around how to analyze these data and how to decide what should be monitored and what should be analyzed. And that leads to kind of the next bit of work that I will be planning in my PhD, which is in line with this data overload, proposing an approach called an essential variable approach, where you look for the minimum set of critical variables to capture the key dimensions of a system of interest efficiently and cost effectively. And I'll be positioning this into an observation system, which would help to advance interconnectivity and deepen the systemic and integrative approach that the project undertook to take. So essential variables, they can be positioned between observations and indicators within an observation system, and they help make the system a lot more streamlined and scientifically defensible. So that'll be my next bit of work, is working on identifying some essential variables that are specifically for social ecological systems that can help us to do more integrated observations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adila. And I was at risk of giving you extra time there because that fits so well with the work on the monitoring and evaluation. But thank you very much to all of our presenters. And I would like to hand over now to Leslie Lagrange again. Leslie, you've got 15, 20 minutes for some questions, comments, discussion. I think if you could open the floor to allow questions of clarification and comments, as well as, of course, sharing your own insights before Imran will be doing the closing address for us. And then we'll have the vote of thanks and aim to finish on time at just after 4:30.
Okay, thanks very much, Eureka. So we've got, you say, 15 to 20 minutes. So maybe we should start by opening it up and to see whether there are any questions or clarification or any specific questions that anybody would like to ask to any of the presenters. Mary, you can go ahead, and then I see Henry. Next.
Thank you very much. It was a really interesting session and it was diverse, but I would like to ask yourself and others who are involved in the curriculum studies work, which I think is absolutely critical. How are you going to try and blend a online learning system into the much more reflective type of learning that I think is required in a complete curriculum restructure? Have you thought of possible modes of presentation?
So you're asking that question to me, am I right?
Well, to you or whoever would like to answer it, I don't mind.
Okay. Well, anybody is welcome to answer that. So that does present a particular challenge. However, I feel that there are ways, even though the technology is fast, it would be important for us to ensure that the pedagogy is not necessarily also fast. And then there are examples of where people have done online learning with lots of reflection, built into that, but it does take a lot of time to develop, where institutions have done that prior to the pandemic abroad. So it is correct that I think a lot of what is happening in South Africa at the moment is emergency remote teaching and learning. But there's a lot of research that has also been done in open and distance learning that has not necessarily been, I think, consulted because of the urgency with which we had to pivot towards some forms of online learning. But it certainly is possible, and it has been done. Currently, there is a national project that is doing research into teaching and learning that is being done by both the CHE and the Department of Higher Education and Training. So hopefully a lot of insights will come from there as well. I don't know whether anybody else would like to add.
Thank you very much.
To Mary's question.
I think that just, Blessy, I'll come in quickly. I think from our experience in the last year and a bit of this type of work, we've tried very hard to maintain the engaged contextual nature of the educational work that we, used to do when we also used to meet each other. And Eureka's put in the chat there that, we used to use this sort of approach of change projects in social contexts, which are sort of engaged and reflexive there, and then people bring those reflections into the course processes. We've managed to maintain quite a bit of that, but the real challenge is the technology systems themselves are very unfriendly, in the sense that you need time on them for that kind of reflections, and they're extremely costly for many people, so
yeah, absolutely.
This is a real challenge. We've just transferred data literally to 300 participants across the SADC region. It took us 8 days to transfer the data, and that data is just enough, to sort of hold the process, but it's not enough to, develop the scope and depth of engagement that one would have wanted to otherwise. Let me put it in that way. So there's something about the political economy of data that is a real challenge for us. Yeah.
Yeah, and tied to that, the issue of access and you're right, the costs. But I think a lot of research has to be done, in this area, and it's a lot of work and labor that's going to be required for us to be able to do. If of course the data is there and the costs are brought down to actually do quality, online teaching and learning.
Yes, and I think we should also look at what we've lost, as we've gone online, because there's so much of in the relationship, the educative relationship, that is not possible to really move in the online type of space. So there's a lot that's been lost, and people keep on talking about what's been gained, but they don't talk about what has been lost. And I think we should do a bit of work on that as well, so that we're not just get stuck in a particular Zoom box life. I think we have to be careful of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also how we sort of might engage critically with what governments might actually do in departments of education, because there is a lot of talk about really pushing online learning post pandemic. Henry, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. Yeah, mine is just more of a comment in terms of the TITSA catchment work, which is it's amazing actually. To me, when DSI was involved in 2014, we just came in for about 2 years to look at trying to understand certain things like stakeholders, role players in the catchment, who plays a role in development and implementation, etc. And I still remember Harry Biggs telling us about boundary spanners, and we still joked about it and said, spanners can be used to fix things, and they can also be used to break things at the time. And what for me, the real question here is a project like this that started in 2014 it catalyzed something in that we're still learning from that work. We're still doing that work beyond the initial funding stream that came from government at the time. How do we catalyze more of these types of projects that become sort of living projects that continue? And because the research is so enriching, and the knowledge gained just continues. It's really fascinating to me. I've been a few years away from the TSITSA program, but to see how it's developed and evolved and how it's still contributing to knowledge development is quite amazing. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Henry. I don't know whether Adila or Mary would like to say anything in response to Henry's comment.
So thank you. If you don't mind, just very quickly, I think, when I came into the TSITSA project, I wasn't as aware of as others were of what the objectives of the project was. So I came in with a much heavier kind of research angle. And what was nice is that there was this entire community that I could balance that kind of heavy research angle against or not against, together with another view of things. And I think both Adela and I have learned enormously, but at the same time, I think we need within the TSITSA project to make sure not only is it about trying to get these social ecological variables to talk to each other in a sensible way, but actually how to combine rigorously and then to publish the type of information that we are collecting in the project. So not only is it seen as a kind of functionary project, but it's also, yes, a contribution to basic scientific knowledge. So myself and Adela have really appreciated the opportunity to cooperate with others. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Comments or questions from anyone else? So when I listened to the presentations, there were several points of resonance, I thought. So there was certainly this idea of engaged science came through in many of the presentations, perhaps mentioned explicitly by Janice and Tandi in the work that they performed. And that links to what Farina spoke about as citizenship science. And then, of course, Anthony and Matt, as well as what Adila shared, all involved engaged work and engagement with communities, and as well as Fiona, and also the challenges with that engagement, issues around inequality, as well as systems shifting and changing the fluidity of things and engaging with that. So almost all of the projects spoke about partnerships of different kinds. And then on the issue of policy, Anthony and Matt, I think their work, policy work was integral to it or embedded in what they were doing. So they shared policy statements and working with policy briefs, and others would be developing policy briefs at a later stage in their work. In what Farina shared, it was around working with spaces within a curriculum policy to try and do citizenship science. And then almost all the projects spoke, whether it was mentioned explicitly or not, about transdisciplinarity, what the challenges involved in that. Some people specifically spoke, I think, Adila, about using participatory action research. And in some of the work I know that colleagues have done at Stellenbosch University, certainly in John van Breda's work, he actually coined the term of methodological agility when one is actually doing TD work and when things are fluid and moving, the need to adapt even one's methodology. So you might start with a particular methodology, but that might shift and emerge as the project continues. So yeah, there have been very rich presentations and many points of resonance amongst them, and I think further engagement will certainly enrich and enhance the work of the community of practice. Eureka, I don't know if that brings us to the end of our time or not, or whether there is still time for further questions and discussion.
I think there is a bit of time. I don't know how flexible Imran is to perhaps start his address a bit earlier. But I did want to say, Leslie, just to recap on what we did yesterday, because we already had a research colloquium yesterday, and I was very keen for Professor Pilani Moyo from University of Fort Hare to just summarize for us what was discussed in yesterday's colloquium, because it had a focus on youth, communities, citizen action and evaluation. So there was quite a lot around citizen engagement in the scientific endeavor. So you know, the one of the big challenges, so well articulated by Mary, is that we have an applied context, let's say, a context of community engagement, contribution to policy development and livelihoods development on the ground, literally, so to speak. And we also want to do rigorous science. And the question is whether it is an either or whether the engagement actually makes the science more robust, more credible, more meaningful, more trustworthy, more applicable, and more useful for science. And hence the idea of using with an underlaborer that allows us, a philosophical underlaborer that allows us to work across that, where the citizen scientist contribution is as valuable a piece of data as you know, anything that we can do with a satellite measurement from space, for example, just to use two extremes. So I think that was part of what we raised yesterday. And we also had, yeah, let me not go into the details of the other presentations, but I just wanted to flag that we had WITS, University of Fort Hare, the Biological Control Unit at Rhodes University, also presenting yesterday, because these are also members of the COP. It is an absolutely vibrant and diverse space, but you can also actually see the commonalities across, including with your own work, Leslie, as you are reaching for a deepening of an understanding of what curriculum innovation might look like.
I see, thanks, Eureka. I see Heile's hand is up. Eureka, did you say that Professor Moyo will make an input or not now?
He was going to, but you know, he is in the field at the moment. So yesterday his connectivity was bad, and I think I don't see him on the platform now. So I think he's not managed to log back in again. So
okay.
no, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Leslie, and thank you, everybody. It's been such a lovely 2 days. You know, the Skills Summits work in the morning and this community of practice work in the afternoon, and the connections and synergies between it all. For me, is just, it's making my mind feel extremely full. When I was looking at the system map that Adila was putting up there, I was thinking, that would be such a lovely way to begin to think about, you know, where one might be able to create these work for the common good and learn for the future pathways for young people in landscapes, you know. And then I was looking at the tools that and the work that Janice has been doing, and Philmin's team, and also the citizen monitoring that's been going on in the TITSA, and the app development that was being done yesterday by the Martin Hill's team. And then I was just thinking about, you know, like, and your point about rhizomes actually also made me think about, what does all of this mean in a sort of rhizomatic form, if you want to think about that in terms of, where we are at this point in our country and our country's history. And the real challenges that we are confronting in terms of, young people's lives and livelihoods, the futures of our people, the futures of our river systems, the futures of our communities, and our economies. And then I was looking at Derek's comment, and he was saying, researchers seem to leave the activism to civil society and under-resourced NGOs. And I think it goes back to the point I was trying to make towards the end of my presentation, is about, can we join up better in a more kind of way in which we can really resource each other and the system that we all part of in maybe more imaginative ways. And do we need a different way of thinking about, what we're talking about here, social learning and sustainable development? And it always strikes me that when we have transdisciplinary formations, it's universities that are working into communities, but we don't often see the TVET colleges or the community colleges or the schools part of that. So how do we bring our education systems and learning centers into these transdisciplinary relationships and partnerships? And then how, so it's a kind of like something like that kind of a question. And then of course, working with our NGOs so that they're not always left being the under-resourced partners that are left with the responsibility of activism. So there's something there that I really just wanted to perhaps just leave us with as a sort of final thought. But as we take this COP's work forward, we are moving now towards, trying to pull together some of this work we've been doing this year and trying to make sense of what it means going forward together. We will come to the end of our second year, actually by December, even though we've had a year and a half's work more or less only because of the late start. But hopefully we will then be able to get a second round going forward. And maybe, that could just be a thought that we could all just carry with us. And I've seen so many connections and synergies, but it's still not clear to me what does it really mean for, the country as a whole. And maybe Imran can also open that up for us. I don't know, but it's something that I think we can probably, we don't have to answer now, but carry with us as we go forward. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Haylor. So Eureka, can I hand over to you? So thanks very much for all the contributions. Mary, I know I saw your hand up for a short while, so I don't know whether you wanted to say anything.
Please come in, Mary. We still have a moment.
No, Mary's hand doesn't know how to go back to the computer keyboard, but I did put into the chat a comment to Derek. I think it's really important if the DSI, NRF, CRG could work together in trying to create a revised funding formula around publications that would really encourage alternate publications also to be recognized. And I think that would make a huge difference. So thank you. I think I've got rid of my hand, and well done to everyone.
You have, Mary, but in closing, you're actually making an extremely important point. We've been talking about monitoring and evaluation. I think the metrics that we use for measuring scientific output, some transformative thinking in that regard would really make a difference. You're absolutely right. And it's so good we have Professor Lagrange, Dr. Kati, Imran, all of them in the room here. Let's sow that seed and see where it goes from here. I thank all the presenters. The dreaded video is on again. But this time it is to introduce our closing presentation for the day, and we're very, very privileged to welcome Imran Patel with us. Imran is a public policy and strategy manager with a focus on innovation, inclusive development, sustainability, social and economic development, public management, and governance, all aspects that we have been discussing in various ways over the last 2 days. He's currently a member of the board of the Water Research Commission, also with trade and industrial policy strategies tips. Both partners who are very, very active in this space, and also past board member of Mintech. At the Department of Science and Innovation, Imran is responsible for strategically driving a portfolio of investments and policies that advance social and economic development priorities of government through science and technology-based interventions. And a particular area of focus includes science and technology for sustainable development. So, Imran, we're very thankful that you are here to support the summit and to close the summit. And I saw that you also had an opportunity to sit in on some of the presentations from the NRF COP. Over to you. You don't have slides. I'm sure we can allow you to put your video on if you want for a little while. And we're looking forward to your closing remarks.
Thanks, Eureka, and to all of the other delegates. Apologies at the very last minute. I was watching the proceedings through my iPad, but it's telling me that there's some problem with Zoom. So I just managed to connect on my cell phone. So I hope the connectivity is fine, and the video projection is correct. You know, I was speaking to Henry this morning, indicating that it's been quite busy at DSI, and I, in fact, completely forgot about this program until recently. So I, in fact, missed some of the sessions on Wednesday, but was able to attend this morning sessions, very, very useful, and this afternoon sessions. And based on what I've picked up, there's just 5 or 6 points that I want to kind of highlight in closing, which I think was, for the bits that I heard, a very, very useful 2 days, 2.5 days, deep reflection. The sense I got from speaking to Henry was a general sense that although we've made progress, there's an urgency to make more progress. And it's on that point that I want to kind of just pick up on things when I reflect back on 10 years. In fact, more than 10 years having been involved with the Global Change Grand Challenge, etc. The things have progressed, and I want to focus more on the positive elements. I know that there are the challenges that we face, which the NRF has highlighted, and we're working with them around funding cuts and, you know, how do you support students more effectively, etc. And we will deal with those. But with respect to skills development and more our approach to driving sustainable development in a strategic way, there are a few developments that I think place us at a much more stronger footing than we were, say, 10 years ago when the first National Skills Summit started. The first, and I think Hela mentioned this, and some of the presentations I heard around the community of practice highlight this, is that we have better evidence and a sense of what is required, including better demand-side analysis. I mean, I think since being part of the ministry, one ministry that includes higher education and training, there has been a big struggle I've picked up. Just getting the skills development system to align to demand. And I think we have a much better sense. We've done some of the detailed work. Many of the people in this room have been part of those processes, etc., which allows us to be very targeted, and having that base helps us, particularly in a context where resources are constrained. So that's the first, I think, very, very positive development that I think we need to build on. What needs to happen now is to take some of that evidence and feed it into particularly the post-school education and training prioritization system. We're working very closely with our colleagues in higher education and training, and as part of the economic recovery and reconstruction program, you know, people have gone into details and then trying to mobilize the entire preset system towards these kind of common objectives based on clear evidence, clear data of where there's a need, and to ensure where we deploy resources to create the skills we require, that we know that those are going into some kind of economic and social value. The second key thing that is very positive is that there are a number of large-scale transformative efforts underway, which has a particularly strong, can be very strongly catalytical for the environmental sector or the green sector. Or I note in some of the presentations the state of mind, and I fully agree with that. There's just one economy. We don't have a green economy. We need to make sure that that economy is more circular. And Henry's graphic there, that we only have one planet, it comes into being. But some of these large-scale transformative efforts underway, I think there's been a big change in the kind of ownership and the commitment towards a just transition. That work is gaining traction in very, very useful ways. Big players like ESCOM and others are on board. People are working a lot more together under the Presidential Commission for Climate Change, etc. And I think that's going to create a big catalyst for what we do. The other is at the governance level, this thing called the district development model, I think, is going to play a very, very important role in getting that kind of alignment that we require, and to look at things holistically. It's taking time to build that kind of thinking in government, to get people to work together, not only government, but ensure that government with its various social partners work together. And that's the third big development. I've seen there's still challenges, and we have to confront this head on. You know, the lack of trust and the kind of adversarial relations between different sectors, whether it's business and NGOs, the trade unions, government. But there's been positive developments in that regard of building trust and ensuring that the institutions, the social compacting institutions, are strengthened. The third big development is infrastructure development, and I think this is beginning to gain a lot of traction, a lot of emphasis around sustainability, smart, environmentally sustainable infrastructure. And we're then talking about just not hard infrastructure, but a range of infrastructures, with the establishment of the Infrastructure South Africa program under the Department of Public Works, and hopefully getting that traction, that ecological infrastructure is equally important. And then fourth, and there are others, but I just want to leave this around, and Hela kind of referenced the presidential employment stimulus in general. I think that's creating a real opportunity to do things differently in a way that builds what I think one of the presentations said, people, by getting people support, the focus is on water and sanitation for dignity requirements, but not seeing the need to rehabilitate, etc., in quite the same way. I think the big focus on using these social and economic needs to drive a program of getting people into employment, getting people skilled, etc., is beginning to gain traction. I was not present when Kate did a presentation, but I've heard the presentation many times, and I'm really excited that that kind of work is gaining traction. So with the better evidence, these transformative initiatives, I think the next 5 years, not even 10 years, I think we'll see a lot more momentum on the skills. Then there's three other points that I wanted to highlight. One is the other points is the greater level of coordination that exists in many respects. Even the kind of engagements in the past, each of the research chairs and centers of excellence were kind of operating on their own. The NRF, thanks to their leadership and working with some of the research chairs, have put in the community of practice program, bringing people, like-minded people around a range of areas together to focus on things. That's helping. But there's also coordination happening at other levels. For example, through the master plan process, or even in terms of the science, technology, and innovation agenda, there's a lot more of a case where this is not seen as the exclusive domain of a department, but to say how is it that departments come together and work together. So linked with this greater level of coordination, a much bigger focus on the spatial, I think creates real opportunities. Part of that improved coordination is that in the two ministries that have a particular impact on the environmental skills front, firstly, DHET and DSI now are under one ministry, and we're already seeing the kind of positive impacts of some of those. We've worked together very closely with our DHET colleagues in the university sector in the past, but now that has been extended to the TVET sector, to the community education and training sector, and the DSI is taking the lead in terms of the kind of future-proofing, future skills requirements aligned to the kind of economy that we want to build, a knowledge-based circular economy, etc. And we're gaining traction to be able to leverage some of that resources within the higher education system by reshaping them in a way that they align a lot more closer with the innovation agenda, so that these things hang together in quite a close way. But also at the level of environment, with its combination to fisheries and forestry, I think has been positive as well in terms of getting that kind of coherence around the kind of combined efforts in the environmental skills space. So those are important reconfigurations that I think helps. And then the final point is that there's a sense of urgency all around. I think the kind of unrest we saw in July, the fact that COVID has kind of given that boost and injection to say there's a sense of urgency, but also there's ways of positively leveraging around this sense of urgency, and that particularly for the science, technology, and innovation mandate has been very useful. I think globally, and it has been replicated in South Africa, the COVID crisis has kind of elevated, notwithstanding challenges, there's the anti-science sentiment, etc., that exists, but within decision-making circles, the kind of, particularly in our jurisdiction, in some other places, even on the climate change space, the role of science, both in terms of informing directionality, that's a word that's been commonly used now in innovation policy circles, but also in terms of the kind of responsible use of technological interventions, not a technocentric approach, but one that is sociological in its roots, but uses technology and innovation in a transformative way, understanding that technology is not without its biases. So I think that's coming together. That will take time, but some of that is there, and it's giving a catalyst to this urgency. So I think in general, those are the kind of developments that I think means that if we go into NESS 2022 and 23, 24, I think we'll see logarithmic scale up in terms of the kind of impact that we're seeing. So it may have been slow in the past, but I'm quite bullish that in terms of moving forward, there are real opportunities that if we leverage it strategically, we can take it forward. I've noted the comment on things like, how do we measure, what do we incentivize as the science system. One of the things that I don't think we've effectively managed in this country from a support perspective, from enabling it, is the issue of transdisciplinary research. But I think there are now guidance. The OECD released a report recently, and it's quite insightful in terms of how do you really encourage that transdisciplinary research? How do you break down the silos? And these, South Africa was in some way, I don't know if Colleen and Ayla and others Colleen is on the call, etc. But during the Global Change Grand Challenge, we engaged on these issues, and in some way I thought as South Africa we were ahead of the pack in terms of capturing the issues that need to be thought about. They've become a lot more mainstream from my own engagements at the OECD or at the European Union context, or even in science forums in the US, etc. So these issues that we've been grappling with around how to redesign the scientific system in ways that have more positive outcomes, more transformative outcomes, I think is gaining traction. And I think we can still remain in the lead with the kind of leadership shown by many of the people who are on this call. So on that brief points, I hope it's been useful. I found the conference very, very interesting, and I'm quite confident that our tone will be a lot more, we'll be having a much more positive tone as we move forward, as things begin to come together in ways that are transformative and positive. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My job is to do the vote of thanks for the event. And to start with, I'd like to thank DDG Imran Patel from DSI for a really thought-provoking and interesting summation of what happened over the few days. Also, DDG Nonhlanhla Mkhize from DFFE for the inspirational talk she gave on behalf of Minister Creasy. Mr. Shonisani Munshedzi from the CEO of SANBI, Ms. Carmel Mbizvo, also from SANBI, Dr. Makabetse Kati from NRF, especially for today, for the COP event. And of course, distinguished Professor Hailelat Sasitka for her contributions and inputs as well. And of course, a lot of this couldn't happen without the technical team in the background, Previn Chetty, Maletsi Ponwana, Zandi Hemp, Alicia van der Merwe. We thank you for keeping everything going and running smoothly, but also more, to thank all the scientists, all the incredible presenters that we have, the syndicate leaders. And I have to also take the opportunity to thank Professor Eureka Rosenberg, who kept us on track, who got us to the event and then kept the event going smoothly as well. So thank you to everybody. It's really been an amazing 2 days. And I'm sure I speak for most people when I say I thoroughly enjoyed the engagements, and I've been told I can also declare that the summit closed. Thank you.
Hear the drums echoing tonight, and she hears only whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. The moonlit wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never had. Wild dogs cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right, sure as Kilimanjaro rises like Olympus above the Serengeti. I seek to cure what's deep inside, frightened of this thing that I've become. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I guess the rain's down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never Hurry, boy, she's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I guess the rain's down in Africa. 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 It's gonna take some time to do the things we never I hear the drums echoing tonight, and she hears only whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. The moonlit wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I guess the rain's down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never The wild dogs cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right, sure as Kilimanjaro rises like Olympus above the Serengeti. I seek to cure what's deep inside, frightened of this thing because